let my heart get away. Yeah, and I tried to fix the next day. Yeah, but everything you say and do, it's a lie. I'm falling out 'cause it ain't true. It's a lie. You never seem to try. Yeah, and you held back the reasons why. Yeah, but everything you say and do, it's a lie. I'm falling out 'cause it ain't true. It's a lie. Might get through it. Yeah, we felt like we had to prove it. Yeah, but every time you raise the bar, it's a lie. Now I went out way too far. It's a lie. It was late last night. I was feeling something wasn't right. There was not another soul in sight. Only you, only you. So we walked alone, though I knew that there was something wrong, and a feeling that was so strong about you. Then you gazed up at me, and the answer was plain to see. 'cause I saw the light in your eyes, in your eyes. Though we had our flame, I just never would suspect a thing. Till that little bell began to ring in my head, in my head. But I tried to run, though I knew it wouldn't help me none. 'Cause I couldn't ever love no one. Oh, so I said, 'cause my feelings for you were just something I never knew. Till I saw the light in your eyes, in your eyes. But I love you best. It's not something that I say in jest, 'cause you're different, girl, from all the rest. In my eyes, and I ran out before, but I won't do it anymore. Can't you see the light in my eyes, in my
Ready?
Yeah.
That's it. 1, 2, 3.
Summer turns me upside down. A summer, like a merry-go-round. See you under the midnight, candles and bows, high heels with the clicks and clicking, temperamental blow. Don't let me go. Gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you tonight, gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you. Oh, it's magic when I'm with you. Oh, it's magic. See it through. I gotta hold on you. Twisted, underside way down. You get twisted, and you can't come down. See you under the midnight. Love darts in your eyes. How far can you take it until you realize this magic in your eyes? I gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you tonight. Gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you. Gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you, gotta hold on you. Oh, it's magic when I'm with you. Oh, it's magic, nothing you can do. Oh, it's magic when I'm with you. Oh, it's magic. Oh, it's magic. And you know it's true. I gotta hold on you.
Waking up with the sun smile on my face. Perfect day ahead, it's a beautiful place. Heart full of love, laughter in the air. Family and friends, we're dancing without a care. Oh, everything I want in love and joy. The best in a moment. With you by my side, I feel so blessed. Party in my heart, let's dance with sex. Good memories, stories we share. Every single moment, nothing can compare. Life's a show and we're the stars. Underneath the moonlight, we'll go far. Oh, everything I want in love and joy. The best in a moment. With you by my side, I feel so blessed. Party in my heart, let's dance with sex. Good memories, stories we share. Every single moment, nothing can compare. Life's a show and we're the stars. Underneath the moonlight, we'll go far. Oh, everything I want in love and joy. The best in a moment. With you by my side, I feel so blessed. Party in my heart, let's dance with sex. When the night falls, let the music play. We'll sing and dance, it's our time to sway. Happiness is here, let's raise a toast. Together we shine, that's what we love most. Oh, everything I want in love and joy. The best kind of moment. With you by my side, I feel so blessed. Party in my heart, let's dance with sex. Oh, by my side, I feel so blessed. Party in my heart, let's dance with zest. Good memories, stories we share. Every single moment, nothing can compare. Life's a show and we're the stars. Underneath the moonlight, we'll go far. Good memories, stories we share. Every single moment, nothing can compare. Life's a show and we're the stars. Underneath the moonlight, we'll go far. Oh, everything I want in love and joy. The best in a moment. With you by my side, I feel so blessed. Party in my heart, let's dance with sex.
Okie dokie. Let me see. Sound check. Can you hear me? John? No, 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 no. Dark chocolates. No dark moods. But you may explain yourself. I'm always curious. Sound check. We can hear. I think you mean we can hear me. Just being me. How are you, my darling friend, Kimber's mama? I am well and good over my nightmare about Kimber. Thank goodness. Man, that scared the crap out of me. I'm telling you, it was one of those dreams where you wake up and you feel like you've been through it. I just love dogs so much, you know? It's kind of like that. And Jude, oh my gosh. She has good news. Medically speaking, I am so, so happy. Jude, I remember when it all first happened years ago and the devastation and the sadness. And you know what? It's like people want to help all of us, each other as friends, but there's only so much help one can give. You know, it'd be great if we could sort of like be right there and hold your hand. And it's kind of part of the issue with social media friendships, if you will. It's often distance. It includes distance. So to hear that you are officially doing so well is, yeah, tears for me. If you can still hear it in my voice, I'm sorry, but they're happy tears. They honestly are very happy tears. But yes, I'm a big baby. Damn it. Clancy says, sorry, I'm late. I was on the phone. Well, you know what, Clancy? I pulled up your community post to look at pictures of your recent trip. And did you guys realize that you can now do more than 5 pictures? I posted 9 photos the other day. I don't even know if you could do more than that. That's just happened to be all that I had in my little queue. It's going to be so awesome. Yes, yay, Jude. Woohoo. Go, Jude. Go, Jude. Go, Jude. Happy Friday, y'all, says Maniacal. Okay, I am determined to hear from Maniacal. You may have to come up on panel because I need to know how to pronounce your name. I don't ever know if I'm doing it right, and it drives me absolutely insane. So make a plan. Doesn't have to be today, but it can be if you like. I got to hear you say it so that I can get it right. I always think I know, but then I'm like, when I look at it, I'm like, no, that's not really what I'm sounding out. So I don't know. Just Lydia. Hello, my dear. It's good to see you. Jude said, go me is right. I fought for this wee success. You know what, Jude? I don't think people understand. Okay. You are older than, hell, as all of us are, right? Which is just kind of an automatic, oh shit, when things come up. And you're still working at your gardening business like a crazy woman. I realized that the comment the other night in our chat that said Jude fell out of a tree really meant that Jude fell out of a tree. And Karen explained it to me. Hey, Reza, I see you. We see you, Reza. Yeah, you guys, Jude fell out of a damn tree and landed on a man. Right on the top of him. And I believe he said, where did you come from? Sarah says, hey, everyone, I'll be listening while getting ready for date night. Yeah, sure, Sarah. You're probably still sleeping. Sarah is a sleepyhead. Sarah is asleep. Sarah is actually living my dream. I wish I could sleep. I wish I could sleep more than 6 hours. But I've always had an automatic alarm clock in my system. No matter what time of day or night I go to sleep, 6 hours later, doing, my eyeballs open, never to close again for another, 18 hours. 74, yes. You could have been seriously injured. Don't you almost see, though, the guy that saved your fall as a message from above? That's kind of what I thought of. And Karen also mentioned that you were doing something with orchids on the tree that you were working on. That's why you were up the tree. And so I'm wondering, I'm dying to know, basically, what were you doing up there? Like, I thought, okay, maybe is it a wedding, decoration thing going on, or some client that you have that has a fancy garden or something? I'm really, really, really curious because I couldn't figure it out. Cricket said to Clancy, I have a wild box turtle named Clancy that comes to my back patio every morning for blackberries and grapes. Ah! That is so adorable, Cricket. Oh, my Lord. Blackberries and grapes. Oh, a wild box turtle. Wow. So like maybe somebody got him as a pet and he escaped? Oh, my goodness. Let me think about that. A little box turtle. Is it a little tiny one, or because box turtles are little, aren't they? They're not the big ones. Oh, I have so many questions, Cricket. You could use your community post, Cricket, if you have one. You could post pictures for us. Everybody kind of keep that in mind. You can use your community post area. And then as we go to do subscriber spotlights, that's where I like to head, is your community post area, so I can see pictures. Lydia said to Sarah, hello, I just subscribed to your channel. I thought I was already subbed and I wasn't, but I'm a new sub now. That is awesome. For those that don't know, excuse me, Sarah does fantastic makeup. And Sarah has probably the largest collection of palettes and makeup in general, like luxury brand stuff, that I've ever seen anywhere. And I don't watch a lot of influencers for makeup, but I have over the years, certainly. And I've seen different people do their makeup and such, but I've never seen anything like it. So if you get the chance, please, please, please. She's also done special effects makeup, like for Halloween and stuff with scars, and woohoo, she's really, 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 really good. And mods, please feel free to post links to anybody that's in here that has a page that is looking for, their channel to grow a bit or to get some traffic going. That would be awesome. I know, Reza, right? Sarah is beautiful and she's so talented. I mean, she just like whips that shit on, like boom, 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 right? A lot of times she's in a hurry and it's just boom, boom, boom. And I don't see any like wipe it off and start over. No, no, no. Maniacal says, I had a dream that Sarah was doing my makeup. Oh my goodness. It's funny because that is my dream. Like if I had a special occasion, I was going to a big charity thing once and I do my makeup, but I'm not kidding you guys. It never looks like I have makeup on. I'm not even kidding. I always think I look exactly the same every time. I could sit there and use 6 palettes and do this and that and the other like you always see. And I look exactly the same. So I need somebody to do this for me and tell me, and show me what is happening here. Do I just have a face that, just doesn't respond to makeup? I don't know. It's very, very, I get a defeatist attitude if I'm really looking for a really cool look, which I was during that event because I had a super cool dress, the whole thing. Let's see. Let's say hi to everybody, shall we? Calypso. Oh, Calypso was like, I think the first person in here and, quite a while ago. I don't see it. Oh yeah, I do see a time step. 10:22 this morning. My goodness. Early bird said, I've been around long enough. When you invite trouble, the other folks, you get trouble. I'm bowing out way too much stress when I see the others. Same playbook for 10 years. Best of luck. Yeah, we're going to talk about that today. And trust and believe, I was hoping we were completely past sort of major drama discussions, but some things came up last night. And Karen and I had actually talked earlier in the day about wanting to clear a few things up as well. And so I'm just going to bite the bullet and do it in a little bit here. And we'll kind of get it out because their people are feeling a kind of way. Our people are feeling a kind of way. And we got to figure this out. Karen is here. Yes, yes. I love what you said. You said, Calypso, please stick around because she's going to be talking about that today. That's right. The other important thing when we're going through things like this or anything in life really is information is power. Information is key. Popping in for 3 minutes ain't going to tell you the story because, we talk and talk and talk. And I say we like I'm more than one person, but you know what I'm saying? I talk and talk and talk and talk, which is not really good. And I'm hoping to, work on that. But in the meantime, if you're trying to make big decisions or decisions about something you've enjoyed in the past and you may be changing your mind to not enjoy it anymore, then it only makes sense to really have the hugest amount of information that you can possibly muster. Mrs. ATX Mandy, I hope you're still here because you were here early too. She says, if you're popping by but coming back, hit the thumbs up and the notify me clicked and verify. It says notification on. Woo, woo. Yeah, sometimes you have to actually unsubscribe and resubscribe like on a regular basis because I think I said this last time. YouTube is infuriating because in my feed, right, it's asking me, what do you want in my feed? And what I'm screaming at it is saying, look, just give me my subs. Just show me the people that I follow. That's all you need to worry about. But instead, they keep trying to get me to watch this person and that subject and this thing and that. And I'm not interested. I want my people that I like. Because you know what? If you have a lot of people that you sub to like me, then you forget you sub to them and you don't even remember to go see them. It's very frustrating. I need to speak to Mr. YouTube, please. Like right now. Jude is here, as I said. And I'm trying to find your other comment, Jude. I'm going to read that as I scroll down and see it. Just being me. Just being me. Let's see. Cousin Andy. Thank the Lord. Cousin Andy is here. Oh, I love you, big guy. It's my new name for him is Big Guy. I don't know why. The song that you, one of them that we watched was, I think it was the I Saw the Light one. And there's a part in there, Andy, where you are holding your drumsticks and kind of bopping around. And I absolutely adore seeing that moment in time in your life. You're just having so much fun. and with all the people that you love, doing the thing that you love. And it's just an extraordinary moment. And it reminds me, honestly, that, being able to see things on video like we do, or whatever you want to call it, like on tape, recording tapes, whatever you want to call that technology now, it is a blessing. It really, really is, because we will be gone, and yet we will not be gone for our family and friends. And I just find that very, very comforting. Robin is here. Woo, woo, Robin. Robin, I love Robin. Robin. Maxine is here. Maxine Galloway. Maxine, I wanted to thank you for your email. Sasha. Momenzy. Just a moment. Wait. Ooh. You're so pretty. They see you. They see you. They smell you and they see you. There's a couple of new pups, well, not pups, dogs walking by, and they're beautiful greyhounds, like just stunning physiques. And Sasha, of course, is giving them the classic greeting. Like, what are you doing in my neighborhood? Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Let's see. Maxine. Oh, yes, Maxine. So thank you for your email. I appreciate all the effort and the thought that you put into this whole thing. And I'm glad to see you. It's very nice to see you. Let's see. So Jude's most excellent comment was, good news this month. I don't normally like to talk about illnesses, but I'm glowing. 3 months in remission from stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. Woo-hoo. Oh, yes, Jude. Yes, Jude. Big hugs for Jude. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Like physiologically amazing, and, Heavenly Father amazing, and all the amazings. Kathy McKay, did I say hi to you? I want to say hello. And again, apologize for the mix up about thinking you were someone else and thinking that, we were told you were Pebs and all that thing. We do know who you are as far as your body of work and your comments and your interactions. And like Lord said, you are quite a gal. So never fear. We've got it straightened out. Also, Pebs checked in a while ago, and a couple days ago. I need to get back to her, and she emailed me, and she just wanted to say hello to everybody, and she's doing the best she can. So we do need some prayers for Pebs, if you don't mind. Let's see. Who else have I not seen yet? I think I said hi to Cricket. And again, if I don't say hello, please don't take it personally. My mind is like a filled up computer. I need some additional external hard drives to plug in or something for myself. I have to tell you, there's something that happened. Okay, write this down. There's something that happens at 40. There's something that happens at 60. And there's something that is brewing at 65. And those are major, it's like moments in your life where you literally think you feel the clock turning from 39 to 40, or the clock turning from 59 to 60. And certain things happen physiologically. It's like clockwork, right? It's not random. It seems like it's the 5-year thing. It's a big deal in the human clock, if you will. A topic I plan on exploring more and more, and exploring with all you, as a matter of fact. Lovely Lisa Warrior Queen is here. Says, such great news, Jude. Isn't it, Lisa? It is the best news I've heard in quite some time, actually. Magic. Clancy. Oh, Clancy, hey, I know I told you that I saw your pictures on your community page, etc., and we are going to look at it. But what I forgot to ask is, where was your trip? Was it in Texas, just at that river, or was it somewhere else? I keep meaning to ask you every time I run into you on the YouTube streets, and I keep forgetting. Still scrolling. Oh, Sarah, by the way, date night. Are you aware of where you guys are going? I heard of a couple of really cool restaurants. So I'm wondering what your plans were. It was supposed to be like 80 something today, and it's actually raining here, and it doesn't feel 80 at all. Once again, we are in a notoriously poorly, like they never get it right. Typically, when they say it's going to snow, it doesn't snow. But you can bet your butt if they don't say it's going to snow and probably ice over as well. And the staffing has gotten so much worse at the local NWS and the NOOAAAA and all that stuff. So I'm very interested to see how winter goes around here as far as forecasting. That's for sure. I'm in a lot of, well, not a lot, probably 3 clubs, kind of geeky clubs for weather and aviation and stuff. So I get some pretty official news, I must say. Oh man, there's somebody I thought I saw. No, I'm wrong. Reading. Did I see Stephanie Diamond? Oh, there you are. Okay. ASMR with Diamond Steph. AKA Diamond Girl is here. She said, that's amazing, Jude. Sending so much hugs and more healing your way. That was very nice. I'm going to call you Steph today. Because that's a long name and it's a tongue twister. Moon is here. Hello, Moon. Hey, if anybody's trying to say anything to Moon, and kind of highlight her name, it's Moon, and the O's are zeros, so it won't autofill unless you do M and then a 0, and then it'll pop in, or it should. Is Pebs here? Did I miss Pebs? What? Oh, you're maybe talking about Pebs when I was talking about earlier. That could be. Thank you, Robin. Gigi Marie. Woo! Ooh, Gigi. Now that's like a tempting comment. Says, I'll be listening while I post new senior football pics of my grandsons on my community page. I ain't proud or anything, LOL. Well, let me see something here. I'm going to pull up. Okay, so I'm on your community page, or Gigi. And so later on in the live, I will pop on over there and check it out if you don't mind, which I'm pretty sure you won't because you're proud. And look at us. We're going to be like an audience to check it out too. Plus, I know you have doggy pictures too, right? Am I right? Oh, hey, before I forget, is Andy still here? And he's probably at least listening, but I'm not going to mention what I'm going to mention till I see it, till he's here. So never mind for the moment. It's all good. It's a good thing that I'm going to share with him and y'all. Let's see. YouTube. I got to bring up my own page now. There we go. There we are. There you are. Yay. Okay, Andy is here. Cool. So, Andy, I posted something on my community page a couple days ago about the musician Harry Nilsson. And the song, I would play it, but I'm, on some sort of list where I get copyright struck by musicians in a nanosecond. But the song is Jumped in the Fire or something. And like, I think at the 4-minute mark, there is a drum solo by a guy named, his last name is Gordon, Jim Gordon. And it is the most incredible, what do they call that? Like a riff or something? It's just an incredible thing. And I'm wondering if maybe I can not play the whole thing, but just play that drum thing, because I'd love for you to hear it. I'd love to know if you've ever heard it. And I'd love for everybody to hear it because it's just simply amazing. Absolutely amazing. Do you know that I think it was, so 2 of the Beatles. So I think it was McCartney and maybe Ringo, maybe Lennon, who had said publicly that Harry Nilsson was like their favorite musician and just an all-around musical genius. So I was glad to hear that because I always thought he was awesome. That song, Without You, can't live as living is without you. You know that one? That one was like my angst, my young girl angst song way back in the day. Never forget it. Maniacal says to cousin Andy, my son wants to learn the bass. Can you suggest a good learning avenue? Ooh, that's a good question. Also, Andy, I have the clip of Caleb doing his song, starting the recital where somebody was singing, I think, and he was doing the piano. But I got to remind everybody, if you have videos that you'd like me to play, and I would love to play them, I need it to be put onto a playlist. It can be a private or public playlist, depending on how, comfortable that person is with, letting people see or not see. And then I can grab it out of there. But if it comes across my phone, for some reason, I have a really hard time figuring it out, how to get it onto my computer. And I believe it may have something to do with the fact that my computer is completely full. It is literally saying every 15 minutes, hey, we're full. I can't even actually get the latest update on my Mac until I make some space. So that's whether it's Andy or anybody else, if there's anything in moving format, whether it's a movie or a clip or whatever, if you could put it onto a playlist and then give me a link and I can grab it from there, that would be fabulous. Cousin Andy said about the lessons, or about the instrument. Lessons are always the best part to start a new instrument. You find your groove and teach yourself. YouTube is amazing as well. I always thought too, I know my granddaughter went through finding her instrument, right? And so her folks rented this and rented that, and she finally figured out which one she wanted. But it's like it calls to you, right? It calls to you when you're hearing people play or seeing people play. But I think when you start playing yourself, maybe it kind of changes a little bit. So fascinating, though, how that works with kids. Maniacal said he is a connoisseur of YouTube, which is an interesting thing because there are so many educational opportunities on YouTube. It's crazy. I mean, there's all the, riff-raff and all the drum and all that, but wow, it takes us to places we would never have time in our life to go, like hundreds and hundreds of options. And we get to see it up close and personal. And then all the subject matter, all the experts that come out and offer advice on, finances and healthcare and cooking and all that. I think it's amazing, really. Don't push in. Mama sees. Down to a low growl. I'll take it. Someone stepped too close to our property on the sidewalk. Let's see. Sarah said to Steph, so if you guys didn't remember, Sarah had a surgery a while back, almost 6 weeks ago. And she has an appointment to get stitches out, etc. And I got to tell you, that is like the biggest cluster. Sarah, if you come up today, you should probably tell the story of the what happened, basically. So the idea in the end is, if anybody is having surgery, please check with your medical office as to their future plans, as in if they will be around or not after your surgery. Oh, Maniacal said he also plays the piano and the trombone, very musically inclined. Writes his own themes for a video game he has been working on since 5th grade. Oh, that is awesome. That is a very good sign that it is a deep, deep love music. Wow, that is so cool. Imagine all the places kids can go when they have all their dreams as kids, and everything is an opportunity, right? If only we could instill, like, in a foolproof way, how much of a blessing that is, But kids, most kids, I think probably every one of us had to learn the hard way, right? You can talk to me till I'm blue in the face, but I'm going to try that out first. And you can just kind of hope and pray that they survive their attempts, Okay. So does anybody else have anything they want to bring up right now? And then otherwise I'm just going to kind of get into a few things. I couldn't figure out, do we do the bad part first or the good part first? And we're going to do the bad part first because you know me, I'm a big believer in Band-Aid ripping off, So that's what it feels like to me. We're going to get into it and get it done. Get her done. Sarah said, oh my God, it's been hell. My first post-op is the first time I seen her, which will be the day before my 6 weeks, and my last post-op is a week later. And then who knows where they're going to put me, right? You poor thing. It's really like, I don't want to say like criminal, but it's certainly tragic. It's certainly absolutely unfair to the patient and potentially dangerous as well. You know, some patients really aren't able to advocate for themselves. If they were feeling symptoms and such, they wouldn't know what to do. They would feel awkward calling. You know, it could be a whole thing. So, let's see. All right, so I'm going to start with like the worst of the worst, and it's not the thing between the two sides. It's the thing that means I keep getting messages with spoofed numbers. And let me tell you, way back in the day, which, you know, was generally months ago, not really decades ago, but I would hear spoofing, right? We do hear the term spoofing, and, you know, TT would say somebody spoofed this, and Miss P would say somebody spoofed this, and we would look up the definition of spoofing, right? And I guess, I don't know what it is. Thank you, Karen. Karen said, Moxie, I'd like to say how much I appreciate you reading the comments in the chat before you answer. I'm listening, and it is so helpful when you read the chat. I think Karen said, I'm listening, carrot, and it is so helpful. And her correction comes through, canning carrots. Yes, I was going to figure that out pretty much, Karen. You're so adorable. But that is exactly why I do it. Because I noticed when I would be watching someone, right, and not able to have my eyes visually on the screen, because it's white noise, right? It's background noise. So, of course, we're not reading. And it would frustrate me to no end when people would be laughing and, you know, all kinds of things. And I didn't have a clue as to what they were talking about. So I decided to make it just my regular practice to read the comment or the question before sort of expanding on it. So I'm glad you noticed, and I'm glad it's helpful to you. Jude likes it too. Hey. Moon said, my oldest son just started playing acoustics. He begged for one for his birthday. His love for strings was something he chose on his own. Made me so proud. This is amazing, Moon. Do you like when you say you feel proud, right? I know for me, I physically feel my heart or something, you know, sort of, it's doing something, right? It's like showing me, my body is showing me that, yeah, this is a very deep feeling. And most of the time it is with the kids and granddaughter and such. But don't you just love that about it? It's the bond, right? You have to have a bond with somebody in order to feel that way. And it's so sincere and so profound. I just think it's absolutely marvelous. And I cannot believe your children are as old as they are. Time, man. Time is on a rant lately. It's going by so fast. Can you imagine time going by so fast? Okay, what was I doing? All right. Oh, yes. So we're talking about the situation that's happening. Let's see. Got to be careful. So I think I've made it pretty clear that I am a cautious person. I try to be a cautious person because I have had situations in the past which prompted me to sort of live a large part of my life in fear of certain things. And just as a person, my way of handling things like that, it's all about control, right? I had a very bad childhood and young life. Part of my, the way I survived it and the way I live happily now is I control things as much as possible. I live alone. It works great in my own environment. It's harder, obviously, when I get out into the world. And when I'm on YouTube, it's obviously a bit tricky too. And so when somebody takes away your ability to manage and control what is happening around you, it's like a freak out, right? It's not like it's not like a scary movie and there's a killer in the house and I'm having to run everywhere and hide and I, blah, blah, blah. It's not that kind of thing. It's more like I start doubting myself. I start not trusting what people that I know are saying. I am looking back and doubting everything that's happened over the last 3 years in many ways. I'm even more easily startled than I was before. I had kind of learned to live with startling fairly easily. So it just affects everything. And then on top of it, to know 100% that all of that is being caused by someone that claimed to be a very good friend and was in fact the only person I trusted on YouTube, period. That person had more information and more of my true feelings about life and everything else than anyone else on YouTube at that time. So that's like like if somebody comes along and smashes your ankle and you fall down and then they hobble you, kind of like in, what is that movie, that Stephen King movie? I feel hobbled lately and I don't like that. That's not a controlled lifestyle for me. And I'm clawing my way back to feeling like I have control over it. And so I have gotten a spoofed, it wasn't a call, it was a text, or they have been texts. And what was really creepy is that, okay, so in the US, our phone numbers are 10 digits if you count the area code, right? So it's a 3-digit area code and then a 3-digit prefix or first part of the number. And then you get 4 digits as the final numbers in your phone number. I have a phone number that is particularly like, it's kind of unusual. It's more like a business number, right? I've had businesses say, wow, that's really good phone number. Would you consider giving that up? And people actually do sell phone numbers, So I'm very familiar with my phone number, right? And I get a message on my phone that's showing a text, and the phone number that it is from, momentarily I thought it was actually my exact phone number, right? My unusual, visually, like when you see it, you go, oh, like, oh, right? So I'm like going, oh, because it's my phone number except 1 digit off. And so it's a deliberate thing, they are doing that deliberately. And the first time was an image of a cartoon that was expressing that basically they were trying to tell me that they had complete control over me. And no matter where I went or what I did, they would be able to snatch me back right to where they had me before. Okay. It's very passive aggressive, right? This is in a cartoon, sort of this deadly message in a cartoon format. And again, I know 100% where this is coming from. The second one, which was yesterday, was a video. And of course, with the picture, I didn't download it. I didn't do anything. I just left it there. And of course, when and if I need to go to the authorities, they can certainly download these things and look into them, but I am not going to open them on my phone. Right, Maniacal? People are fucking sadistic. Yeah. It's beyond the, hey, I'm going to play a little trick on you or call you a bitch or something, So this one was a video. And again, in the cartoon format, it was politically based. And I think it was a well-known fact that Miss P and I were on the opposite ends of the spectrum as far as politics go. And we actually liked that. I thought we did. I enjoyed that, right? It's the differences are what make people interesting to me. And so we had found a way to respect and enjoy each other's choices as far as that goes. And I really did get excited when she got her latest Trump thing, I really genuinely was happy for her because it's about being happy for the person, So this one was politically inclined. And of course, even to save it, you have to download it. And I'm certainly not going to open it and all of that. And so I don't know what it contained, but I think it's cruel, and I think it's really shitty, you know, to interrupt my peace like that. In addition, I am finding, and here's the thing though, the person knows that I can't post it and say, look what is happening, right? So in technically speaking, I can't, quote, prove it, because to show it reveals my phone number. And they know that. The person knows that. And they also know that when they make channels with my address or my name, excuse me, or my granddaughter's name, they also know that I can't show that. And so it is, you know, sock accounts, alt accounts, you know, whatever we're going to call them. So some of them are brand new and some of them have been around for 3 years, that sort of thing. And sometimes the at portion of a channel's name is different, often very different even, than the sort of what I call the moniker, right? So my moniker is Moxie Vintage. My at is Moxie Vintage 1390. And so sometimes, let's say it could be Moxie Vintage as my moniker, and then Joe Blow from Idaho as my at. So when I see, because I recognize these right away, or I'm suspicious right away when I see them, right? And when I click on the channel, I can see what the actual moniker is, what the actual at portion is, when the channel was created. And I think that's really shitty also, okay? Because these accounts are commenting, obviously negatively about me and very positively about someone else. And yet I don't want to point them out because it's too revealing. But I think it's very shitty and very cruel and very childish. And I used to say this about TT a lot, that if you're so sure, right, that your side of things is true 100% and you have nothing to worry about, well, then why keep worrying? Why poke the bear? Why are you continuing on the childish road of, you know, doing what you're doing? So why are you spoofing me? Why are you doxing me, continuing to dox me and continuing to spoof me? Right? You call me a liar. You tell everybody that I'm lying completely, that you have no idea what I'm even talking about, and that you're basically hurt and all you ever wanted was to have your friend back. But your actions don't say that. They don't show that. So my warning to everybody will continue to be, watch your back if she's ever had your phone number. Because that is how you can be spoofed, right? They can contact you, so they know how to do that, and then spoof you on top of it. And the other thing with emails and such is that, or even let me go back to the phone for a second. What could have also happened is, instead of me seeing a phone number, I could have seen a name, right? So I could have seen the name Karen, and I would have naturally clicked on it. And I could have even read it and thought, hey, it's Karen, right? And Karen is saying, you know, I mean, I imagine they would start off sort of normal and then kind of change from there. But the idea is to trick you into thinking you're talking to somebody that you've already known, that you already know, right? And when that phone number one came in yesterday, several hours later, I picked up my phone and it had changed. And like, I showed this to Karen. This is like a rock solid truth. I'm not even like exaggerating. The phone number that was identical to mine, just one digit different, had changed and said, maybe Karen. And I don't know how that works with iPhones. I don't know how that is even possible. I don't know any of that. I just know that, I mean, talk about spidey senses. I was like completely flipped out. I think I called Karen like right away. And if anybody has any idea how that could have happened, I would love to know. So the idea would be, let's say instead of a number at all, it came in just straight up under the name of Karen. I click on it, I'm reading it, I think it's Karen, etc. So that's a bad thing, right? And that's what I ask people to look out for. So in addition to looking out for emails and texts and calls from people you don't recognize, is looking at things in a cautious manner. So I was cautious. If I had seen Karen, I would have thought to myself, well, wait a minute, I have a Karen, over here as a contact and in a thread. So basically, anytime I would talk to Karen, it creates a thread of text, right? The other way to prevent it, and it works out well for me, is I don't just put in a person's name. I put in some descriptive terms, sometimes funny, that kind of thing. So if somebody sent me a spoof and it said Karen, I'm going to be alerted that that's not Karen. My fear is that they're going to use a name that, quote, works for their purposes, right? And I get duped. And in emails, of course, you click on the wrong thing and you've got a tracker on your computer and you don't even know it, So it's a big fucking deal, Miss P. And I will not hesitate. I mean, I didn't even think we'd be talking about it still or going there, but I will not hesitate to get the authorities involved if I need to. The public ones or private ones. And I'm not trying to, threaten anybody or be a big badass bitch or anything. That's not my intent. My intent is to say to whomever is playing this game that that's not the game you should be playing. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not, it doesn't, for the crime that I supposedly did to you, that's not appropriate. It's off the charts, unnecessary. So be careful out there, you guys. Okay, so the other thing along these same kind of lines that we were going to talk about, and Boho, I think I saw Boho. I'm going to go back a little bit here and read a couple things. Moon said, Moxie, I know you have probably gotten many emails as of recently, considering circumstances. I really think we should speak relating to all this. I believe it could be very pertinent and eye-opening at the very least. Yeah, Moon, just let me know. Is it something you want to talk about privately or on panel? Just let me know. And I'd be happy to do that. I thank you for that. And I know Moon is Moon. So that's a good start. Let's see. Hang on, just trying to catch up with the chat a little bit. Okay, so let's see. This is Boho's first comment, I think. This is only the beginning, Moxie. I have gone through all of this for almost 4 years now, everything, including spoofing. And then she said to Robin, it has been horrific. And keep in mind, I fought this alone against not only P, but all the jumped in to hate on me definitely made me stronger. I had to change my cell number in September 2022 after I got harassed, spoofed, and she tried to frame me with those harassment calls to T. P.S. Police department tracked it all right back to her. And I know you saw it all. I have been her biggest target. You walk away and you better be ready. Yeah, and she means when somebody walks away from Paula, that the bullshit begins. And I have heard that over, the 3 years or so that I was friends with Paula. And I know it sounds really, really sort of even useless to say in the opinion of many, I'm sure. I did not know the extent of what was happening, and shit was flying on both ends, right? Because Boho, honestly, when Trisha is in her chat or on a live and in her chat, she's asking those people to find information on me. She wants my name and my address and my phone number and my work history and my divorce papers and my bank records and all of that, right? And she's saying, I will pay people for that. And then I see you in the chat saying, hey, if you look up Moxie under blah, blah, blah on Google, you'll get the best results, that kind of thing. All right. So there's been almost sort of unforgivable actions on both sides, right? Or what that person believes to be unforgivable. Okay. I truly believe that most of us, 99% of us that are in the game, if you will, have done things. And that's a sort of a big part of what we're trying to deal with, right? When we had our first live, and the lack of a better term, the other side showed up and came into chat. And it was, as I went back and watched it carefully and read all the chat and heard everything, it seemed pretty nice, really, to have what appeared to be an opportunity to make amends and start fresh. And, maybe see what would come of it, right? It's the idea of this channel and the 299 is to be more about camaraderie and, true friendships and sharing of lives and pictures and music and, sharing the good and the bad and supporting each other and whatever it ends up being, right? But without a focus on the drama and all the games and that kind of thing. Boho said, I have never, ever contacted anyone in real life. And I haven't either. I've never doxed anybody. I've never gone real life. And I've never felt the need to. My shtick, if you will, was to take everything that I had available and make, including, if let's just, talking about Trisha, including, videos she's done and posts that she's written. So things that I've heard from her mouth, that kind of thing. And that's how I made the decisions to say what I said about her. Okay. It wasn't just some random comment going along with what everybody else may have been saying back in the day. And, hey, Mandy, how are you, hon? I said hi to you way back, but I realized that you had left and come back, or you're back now. It says, hey, everyone. Hey, Robin. Hey, just being me and Jude and Boho, Karen, and of course, Moxie. Woo! Mandy, I'm going to post the link, and I posted it a while ago. So people are welcome to come up. I actually mentioned to Swamp that I think it would be helpful if she could come up, because the things that we're trying to work out and talk about, we were doing in one of kind of in the comments under one of her shorts. And I'm going to show that to you. And it just gets a little, it's very difficult to go back and forth when it's this complicated. Let's see, post. There we go. There we are. Was Arsenic here? I haven't seen her for a while. Let's see. It says, Moxie, I've not said much about the situation, but I do just want to say that I am terribly sorry that you're going through this. I mean that sincerely. You know what, Arsenic, I appreciate that as well. And it honestly has been a huge, huge eye-opener and lesson. And I will tell you, there are still people who are having a hard time accepting it. And I don't want to say believing it, but not understanding the depths of what is happening, because it's so foreign to us, right? It's just not something that we happen to see. And now that I'm in the thick of it, and I'm trying to, talk to people about it, and I'm trying to express how dangerous it is. So hang on, I hear the doorbell. Woo!
Hi.
Hey, honey bunny. I just noticed your avatar. It says it's all Sean's fault.
I know. I set it to that a few days ago and I just left it there. I figured that's always pertinent, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. It's very cool.
It's always pertinent. I think it would be cute on a coffee cup. Like, and people don't really know what the situation is to be like, hey, that's kind of cool. Maybe
I like
not.
that. I like that idea too. I really do.
I was finishing it up, so I don't know what y'all were talking about. It sounded kind of serious, so I don't know what you were kind of covering. But just in the last few minutes before I jumped on, what were you talking about?
Well, we were kind of just getting started, and I had said that we're going to kind of start with the bad stuff and then move into the good later, but we have quite a bit of stuff to go over with the bad, so feel free.
Okay, no, that's kind of what I thought.
Let's see.
It seems like some of the dust has settled a little bit, more or less, and kind of what I've seen for the most part is a lot of people that are ready to kind of move, not like past it, but move on just in general, especially like with just some of the stuff that's been going around forever and ever. Not so much like the newer stuff, but I'm curious how people feel about that. Like, how do people feel about, turning the other cheek, about some of the things that have been said and done, and what that would look like? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it is one thing to say it, and apparently it is another thing to put it into practice. And at this point,
exactly.
we have people who are both thrilled, and then we have people that want to like basically murder us. It's all over the place. And so I honestly don't know how it's going to work, because it seems to be offending both people on their side and people on our side, in that it's kind of what Calypso said, right? That it almost feels like we're almost like a slap in the face to the group of people we had gotten to know, and things were going just great with us, just absolutely fine. So I was getting ready to play Swamp's latest short, which kind of
I don't watch. I'm curious. This is like would be a reaction, because I honestly don't really watch any of it, so I'd be curious to hear what it says.
Okay, yeah, let's pull that up.
Okay.
Let's see.
I noticed one time it looked remarkably like Jocelyn, which was interesting. I was like,
oh yeah. Well, Swamp,
why are we like, I mean,
here's the thing. I'm dying of curiosity to know who Swamp is, only because it's like, as we're going through this, I sort of feel like I need to know what her experience has been with it in the past. You know what I mean? Like, how familiar is she with everything? Right. And so her opinions, are based on what her experiences have been. And I don't know what her experiences have been. So.
Yeah, I'm curious to know too.
Okay. Do you guys see this? I'm sharing her.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you do. Are you able to see, Mandy?
I can see it. The only thing I cannot see is the chat, but I can see Swamp Monster and what you're playing. So we're cool.
Okay, perfect. Now, of course, this is a short. This is the vertical thing. And my issue with vertical things is it doesn't cover the screen. It's very hard to see. So I apologize for that.
No worries.
No way I can make it bigger. So, okay, here we go. This was from yesterday.
Okay.
We're doing this for you. We agreed not to talk shit on your side, and we've honored that. But check this out. You finally see what we've been talking about for years. All those years. You were right there with her. It's hard to believe you're that naive. We are giving you the benefit of the doubt and wanting to see the good in everyone. We're letting those many years of bullshit go. You need to have a heart-to-heart with your subscribers, darling. Look, we're doing...
Okay,
Okay.
so no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so my first thought about this is it's talking about Paula, right? Like that, about the accountability that should have been held, that they feel like we let her have a pass for a very long time.
Yeah, I think they're talking about me in that I basically condoned her behavior, which of course I did not
And what
condone.
was her what was her behavior? Because it was a whole lot of bullshit between her and Trisha, and nobody ever knew what the truth really was.
Yeah.
Because you had people claiming there were people in the backyards. You had people claiming that there was a white S10 with Seabreeze and Trisha howling, running down the street. So all of that was hurled back and forth. The honest to God's truth is about all of that, I have no idea what was true and what wasn't about any of it.
Yeah. I think
We ignored it because we didn't know. I did. I don't know.
When I stepped into kind of hooking up, if you will, and being a partner with Paula in lives, I was very focused on, you know, like when we were first on her channel together, the truth. Absolutely. And when she would bring up things, I would say things like, oh, you know, we don't want to go too far down that road. And she'd be like, hold me back, hold me back, you know? And it was a funny,
right.
It was trying to get into a new groove. But I suspect.
And with some of the things, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I did my due diligence in as much as if it was completely ridiculous, like that one time she was supposed to go to court with TT, and there was this story told that the judge left in an ambulance, and it was total chaos and this and that. I called the courthouse, and that was the honest to God truth. They asked who I was, and I said, my name is Mandi Curley. I have, off and on, I have litigation with Trisha Curley, because I'm pretty sure that's still her name. And so she answered me. I'm sure she wouldn't have answered anybody else after that, because I kind of caught her by surprise. And when I was able to say that, she said, okay. And she put me on hold and came back, and she said there was some sort of emergency with the judge that was hearing the case, and he had to leave. And the other judge had recused himself because he had seen Trisha when we were there that time. It was Judge Wells or Welsh or whatever his name is. So he recused himself. They brought in a retired judge. He saw that shit show and went, oh, hell to the no, and left in an ambulance. But all of it was true. Yeah. I had it confirmed at the courthouse. And I told Paula, I said, well, I'm going to tell you right now, you told the honest to God truth behind you on that. Beyond that, I don't know what to do.
Well, and I think historically speaking, she may have, you know, sort of made things up or done this or that. I don't know. But I know from the time I was involved that and from what I've heard since then, that there were a couple things that I was kind of duped on, including her community service for the call to the
and we all kind of knew what really happened with that. She got caught a second time calling off of the billboard, and she appears that she called more than 3 times, which violated a stalking order. Is that correct? I mean, that's what happened. That is when someone contacts me and you call them 4 times. That's stalking, right? Am I right?
Well, I didn't know that was the rule, but from what she showed me, she called 1 time off the billboard, and that was okay. I didn't even know had been, you know, the community service. I didn't know was community service. I didn't know any of that. What she showed me, I think
it was diversion. Yeah, and then community service when she violated it again is what I think.
I didn't know any of that. And trust me, if I would have known that, I wouldn't have said the things that I said about it.
But I would have been, and we still don't know that. What we were talking about earlier about last names and things that we would never make public. But there are so many last names in this mix that you would never be able to figure out exactly what the truth was. But for as much as people thought Paula and I burned the midnight oil talking and hashing out and doing things like that, that's simply not the case. I'm not saying I didn't like her and that I didn't stand behind her and that I didn't stick my neck out at times when maybe I shouldn't in retrospect, but she was my friend until I heard the things that I heard. And when I heard those, I went, oh, fuck you.
Yeah. You know, nobody wants to believe it about somebody that they believe to be a friend, you know.
Right.
There's always going to be that hurdle.
Right.
As part of it.
She would say she had so much respect for interest. Okay, let me tell you about this other little thing I was going to talk about. So can I talk about how Sean and Paula even kind of became acquainted in this whole fuckery realm? You know, it wasn't the stand letter or anything like that.
No, you can. And I have to tell you, I learned a lot yesterday about the time Paula spent as a mod for T and all that I never knew about. And I think it's actually really important to the whole equation. So yeah, feel free.
Okay. So I talked to Sean, like Sean said, okay, that girl, because she started coming into my DMs when Sean and I came out together and, you know, TT was pulling her bullshit and we were doing whatever. And when we were on our trip across the country to get an attorney and get his stuff, I'm getting DMs from Paula and I'm not sure who she is, but she seems like a very sweet girl. She, you know, gave me a PayPal, whatever. And so I show and Sean goes, you know, okay, so he says, this is a crazy thing. So apparently she said she was getting emails from someone who was me. And he said that the things in the emails were either threatening or inappropriate, or like she didn't totally like tell what they were about, but enough that she went to the police. And she said she went to the police and they ran the IP or looked at the IP and it didn't match to be Sean's, so she didn't pursue it. So I was asking Sean, I was like, okay, but how did this happen? The police came and said, show me your phone. We want to see that it's not you. He said, no, the police never talked to me about it. Nobody talked to me about it. I said, well, then how did you know the whole story and that it wasn't your IP? And he said, she told it. She told the whole story. And I said, but told it to who? And that's where I'm a little bit murky. And that was long before the stand letter. So at some point she was going live talking about this, or at the very least posting about it. And that's how he first became to know who she was. And I guess that was at about the time she decided to start contacting TT. And I don't know if that was and I don't think it was a stand letter. I don't know what else to call it, but we can call it that, I guess. I don't know. So anyway, some people may not know that, and they questioned her GoFundMe for her dog that she'd had that was sick. I'm not saying that was right. I would say that Sean would agree that is not something that he should have talked about publicly, but that whole time was very murky. But all of a sudden she popped up and kind of was just like, I want you to that, and so
Mandy, your call is roboting. Mandy, your call is roboting.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. And Moon, I saw that. Yeah, I will email you. Go ahead, Harrison. Go ahead. I can't hear you.
I'll chop off and come back if it's still.
It's kind of in and out. It's not horrible bad roboting. It's just sometimes I hear you and sometimes I don't, but I don't think you're finished with what you were saying. So yeah, you might want to just jump out and pop right back on. Which I think she popped out. I think she threw herself out the door. She'll be back. But she did bring up an interesting era of time that I really was unfamiliar with. And it blew my mind, honestly, because I don't think I realized that Miss P was actually a mod for TT at the same time that Karen was, right? I didn't I never put that together. I honestly don't even know that she was ever a mod at all. And that the letter was after that, I think. Oh, hang on. The doorbell. There you are.
Is that better?
Oh, that's much better. Yeah, that sounds much
Okay.
better.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we're just talking about the timing of Miss P's involvement with TT and how me learning all this just brought a whole new perspective to it. And I guess you can really, really, really see the intense, I don't want to say hatred, but feelings that Paula or that Miss P had and developed for TT, maybe, in a different way. I can't figure out it exactly. And I'm still like, I just learned this yesterday and last night.
Right.
So kind of putting it through my thing, but
like when the crazy crap was going on where, TT was using old recorded footage and pretending she was at the Waffle House trying to get, P to go there or whatever. Remember, like when they were doing all that crazy, like it was pre-recorded, she was trying to get her to come there, and then there was, all of that craziness, and it was constant. So in my opinion, if you're gonna throw, like I may not be happy with her and I may not want to be friends, but if you're going to say that, Paula has a ton of culpability in that fuck shit, so did TT. I mean, you can't blame one without the other. And they did it to each other. They gave it to each other as best as they could. And I think that I do think, Moxie, that you were always good at kind of reining it back in when it started going under the belt. You're like, okay, let's stop there and let's focus on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely an effort. All right, I'm going to show Swamp's the comments here, because the comments under that video is kind of what brought an avalanche of thoughts and ideas. So what I started seeing was, let's see, which one did I see first? I think I saw Artist 11 and I saw Fall Guy first. So Fall Guy says, I refuse. Make sure this is the first one. Hang on, because she's got a couple. Okay, this is the one I saw first from Fall Guy. It says, I can't and I won't apologize. Just recently, and she's talking about me, deleted half a conversation with me, my part, in her comments, yet responding with denial. That was confirmation she was fully aware. Sorry, not sorry. Forgive for myself, but I won't entertain the devil again. And I wrote back, can I ask if you are referring to my posts, right? Can I ask if you are referring to my community posts or comments under my videos? Because I can assure you, I have never, ever deleted anything, let alone half a conversation with anyone. I certainly cannot alter anything you or anyone posts. I can delete the whole thing, but I cannot mess with it or change the context or whatever it is you are implying. If you could tell me specifically where this supposedly occurred, I'd be happy to take a look at it. Thanks for assuming that I was, quote, fully aware of something, and therefore you have decided I am the devil. Seems a bit of an overreaction, which it definitely does.
Aware of what?
Well, and here's the other thing. We've all said this a million times, that when you're looking at comments, you have to press like newest comment. You
you do.
Comment, you really, really do.
Yes,
do. The only other thing that happens is, YouTube will randomly, I'm assuming
you'll get your shit deleted. They'll delete comments without deleting the whole thread.
Right. So please don't assume, because I'm a huge believer in not deleting things unless you are racist, or if you say, someone is a big fat slob and I hate them. Yeah, I'm going to delete that. But if you have a difference of opinion or you are critical of me, I am not going to remove it, and I am not going to block you. I want that dialogue to take place. So the next thing Fall Guy says is, I refuse to speak directly to Moxie. She is a liar and continues to lie. Just curious, what did Moxie do? Paragraph I wrote saying I wouldn't respond again. Oh, I know who this is. This is Khaki. Fall Guy
Oh
is
Jesus. Okay.
okay. So she says, just curious, what did Moxie do with the paragraph I wrote saying I wouldn't respond again? Notice my last response began with an apology. Whole conversation missing that would explain that? Why? Interestingly, there was a lot of details in that now vanished paragraph. Moxie is with the same horrible humans she was before. She associates with the worst of the worst, Curly's, Karen, Paula. They've all done some nasty, dirty shit. Currency comes in many forms. Attention is much attention is much valued around here. Moxie and her group of friends are dehydrated at this point. Okay, so now that I see that it's khaki, I understand what she's saying because
Yeah, you got to
there
give that
was
with a grain of salt.
well, there was a conversation in my community post with her, and I went back and forth, and I noticed that yes, one of her comments was missing, and I thought she deleted it because she had accused us of so Kaki said she came into our chat and we jumped on her and called her the R word over and over.
I can guarantee you who probably did. Miss P probably did.
Well, yeah, it certainly wasn't me. Well, and she said it was my chat, and I said, "Hey, straight up, if that was my
No,
chat, absolutely." I have a thing about that word. I think people
no.
use it in ways that they shouldn't. I think it's a very
Right.
big deal to me.
And what you use behind closed doors is what you use behind closed doors. But there is none of us, except I've heard Miss P say it several times, that uses that word very publicly.
Yeah, I don't use it either way. It goes back a long way from my school days, and it's just something that I disagree with, right? And so when Kaki said that, I had to say to her, basically, you must be mistaken. You know, you
Khaki,
really must be
right.
mistaken.
Come in under your. Kaki's taken a link with the beast before. Kaki, take a link later and
Yeah,
just
that
have a
would be
conversation about this
exactly.
because you may have a valid point, but you're not making it in that particular response.
Well, and I think she also, it's hard to step in and step out and step in and step out and really understand what's going on because there are so many moving parts to all
Well,
of this.
and let's get back to what the original thing was. That just trolling account, for what it's worth, I always believed it was Paula. So if she's wanting to talk about the just trolling account that got blamed on her by Miss P to try to deflect, I never ever believed that. Now, should I have said publicly on my stream that, hey, okay, well, you know what I mean? Do you remember that account? You might
No,
have been when you were off the grid for a little
yeah, I was
bit.
going to say, is that the name of it? It was called the trolling account.
It was called Just Trolling, and it would come in, and remember, it would call Sean like, "Hey, Pops," and so Sean would go, "I think I know who this is," and he thought it was someone from his past that he was close with. Nobody having to do with stepkids. It was totally something different, and so he kind of thought he knew who it was. So that person kind of doubled down on it, and I kind of figured out it was probably P. But I just kind of let it go. It was whatever. It came and go. Well, Kaki lost her ever loving, thing and said that was, Paula's troll account. And it didn't really matter because the troll account never did anything monumental. And Kaki got mad at me for whatever she got mad at me about. I think something about she wanted me to start collecting coats with my channel for a coat drive. And I said, I don't know if you're trolling or what, because it was the Just Trolling account. So that night she like doxed my mother-in-law and all kinds of stuff. She went absolutely crazy.
Oh,
And
God.
so anyway, that's why I said, with all due respect, you've got to take that with a grain of salt, because I never know what's going on with that.
Well, and I was trying to tell Kaki, look, I defended you
Mm-hmm.
for the longest, like when Hatman and Emma went after the
Mm-hmm.
guy from AIDS thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I reported every single time
Mm-hmm.
I saw a video or a post with that because I thought that was the most insanely cruel,
Disgusting,
inappropriate sort of campaign of terror,
nasty,
right?
illegal.
Yeah, wrong on so many
Mm-hmm.
formats, and but basically, Kaki doesn't want to hear any of it, right? She just wants to sort of vent, and I think
And again, guess what the accusation was on P's part? Was that she was on substances.
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's why she was unreliable. She was on substances, and it
Yeah.
was a street substance, because that's always the answer when the person's not behaving how she wants them to, is
I've
they're
noticed
on a
that.
substance,
Yeah, I've noticed that too. It's
right?
kind of
Right?
convenient
It's
excuse.
yeah.
Karen in the chat said Paula savaged Khaki. She created a copy troll account and came in acting like Khaki, was
See?
deleting multiple people and totally blaming Khaki. She said creepy things in the chat, making us
Yep.
believe it was Khaki when in fact it was Paula.
See?
Holy shit.
And that right there in a in a nutshell, is why she doesn't like Karen, because Karen misses nothing. And you can say whatever you want, but when she notices something that just doesn't look right, within pretty quickly she's figured out where the and we've got people that take screenshots. I'm not saying it's Karen all day. Everybody. So when people start talking about deleting comments, you might want to keep in mind that it exists somewhere if it was there.
That's true. Yeah. I do
Do you
have,
see what I'm saying?
I take a picture of everything as well. So I
Right.
do have that as well.
And Artist 11, did you tell me Artist 11 is back on the grid? Who is she running for this time?
Okay, so artist kind of goes back and forth. I'm going to read what she wrote here in Swamp.
She's
She and I
OG,
have,
guys. Artist 11 is OG.
yeah, and she and I have tried many times to sort of make this work. And what unfortunately seems to happen is she hears one little thing and then just boom, I'm not gonna, I'm done with you again, kind of thing. So it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
Because the biggest point of this whole thing with us trying to combine two sides, or at least be civil to each other, right? That's really all we can expect, is at least civility, is that it's going to take time, and there are going to be, maybe comments here or shorts there that are sort of hearkening to the past, but you can't just hone in on that. You've got to give it a solid couple of weeks, right? And then let's see where it's at. But jumping on it every single day is just creating more dissent and the idea that nobody really wants it to work. So it's frustrating. So let me see what she wrote. Also, straight up, Swamp, I don't know if you're here or not, but hey, Jersey girl. Woohoo, it's Kelly.
Kelly has introduced me to that Tammy Hole. Damn you, Kelly. That woman looks like the devil on two legs.
You went down that rabbit hole?
She could make it in Hollywood, you guys. Tell me she couldn't be a villain.
I have her name down as I was looking, because we are a reaction channel in many ways, and we do want to look at the interesting people on YouTube. And Tammy is one of them, along with a couple others that, the group has kind of mentioned. So yeah, I'm hoping to get into her a little bit at some point. Okay, so I'm glad we figured out that was Khaki. That explains a lot as far as where that was all from. And then let's see. So I said to Swamp, here's my main reply, but you'll see I make a suggestion. So as I pondered what else I could say other than the 4 long replies I left in various places on this post, I realized we should just talk. Like, can you come on the live on Friday? There's a lot of moving parts to our mutual situation with some nuance, like we've got people cheering us on and people wishing us death and everything in between. In the end, we all need to give it some time if we want it to work. We can keep doing what we do, but it seemed the grown-up thing to do to try and make some kind of amends. We've got a pretty steady bunch going right now, doing great. But once the idea was presented, many thought, hey, let's see where this goes. We need to do the best we can to address issues as they arise. In my opinion, and everyone needs to not jump to conclusions. If I spend 20 minutes of a 10-hour video talking about TT, well, given that I am a reaction channel, I guess I am not seeing the problem. It was not even all about her. She was half the story. She is still lying on me and still trying to dox me, asking her chat for my info and saying she'd pay for it. Says it a lot. She says I'm a drug dealer and that I'm supposed to feel like, what? I know you know, Swamp, but you are likely behind a rock and a hard place trying to please everyone. TT owes me an apology big time, but please note, We allowed you in and made an honest effort. And I keep hearing shit talk and lots of I'm out. So yeah, time to talk. Because she opened this short with, that they're doing us a favor. Okay. And I'm like, no, actually, we were doing this fine, having our live and talking about it. And you guys came in. Great. You're welcome to come in and see what happens. But please don't act like you're doing us a favor, my friend. And so it made me realize that along with everything else, Swamp is trying to build her channel. It's an honest sort of way to go about creating information or creating conversation and to get an interest in your channel and subs and things. And I totally get that. It's hard for me because, we're trying to make it work and we keep going one step forward and 6 steps back, but I get the building the channel and building subs and all of that.
So to jump on the panel, you
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
My biz ad, I took it off mute to talk to Sean, and I was like, hold on, be quiet for a second. And he was like, you want the apple fritter? And I'm like, no, I want the frosted donut. Anyway,
Good. If I order from Starbucks, you guys, it is directly your fault.
I'm sorry.
I heard the word donut, didn't I?
Don't wrestle that bag, Sean. She hates that sound, and I do too. Okay. Hey, I got your back. So okay, so I get I guess I can understand what Artist 11 is saying, but I never knew that Artist 11 had a problem with P in particular. I thought it was just anybody that didn't get along with TT. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't
She always
see.
thought we were so mean to her, that we were so like picked on her and whatever, and I never
It's
knew she had a problem with TT.
I'm trying to read a comment of hers, and as I'm pulling this up, and you guys can see it. So here's Artist 11, right? And she has a long comment, and it just sort of ends with ... And normally it would say, that you could click on it for more, right? There's no way to
Yeah.
click.
Did you hear
So-
Sean go, Artist 11? That's great.
Oh, no, I didn't.
He said there's a blast from the past.
Right? So I'm going to pull up my
Okay.
phone and see if I took a picture of it because I can't
Okay.
see the whole comment on here.
And to be totally fair, I think that Artist 11 is completely a cool chick. I think that she
too.
has her opinions and it's whatever. And I mean, we all kind of know that alliances change, things change. I never thought friendships that changed on here, like friendships that you thought were, I guess, real,
Right.
but then you find out that they weren't, and you move on.
Yeah, it still blows my mind though.
There's a couple of friendships on here. If I lost those friendships and they know who they are, that, you
They would.
included, that you just wouldn't see me anymore on YouTube. I would just be like, nope, that's all she wrote for me. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. It blows my mind how complicated it gets.
It really does. I'm like, dude, we're all in our 40s, 50s, 60s.
Right?
Really? I mean, even Jocelyn said we're too screwed up to hang out with.
Right?
She was like, oh my God.
And I get the idea that this is new ground for socialization in this new world. We
Right.
got to find a way through it. I'm hoping we do. Okay, so what I've done is I pulled this same screen up on my phone, and I can enlarge her comment on my phone.
Okay.
So I'm going to read it from my phone.
Okay.
It says, also, so much for not talking about TT anymore. This is from Artist. We only talk about her for maybe 15 minutes, which she's quoting me. More like half the 10-hour stream. Hey, she can do anything she wants on her channel, of course, but I thought she was over that obsession. Again, still talking about me. Some of the people in the comments seem to really enjoy throwing the judgment and hate right back at TT again. I am definitely not into that shit. I'm staying away from it. And then I had responded to this. I don't know where it went. It's not there. But then Artist responded to me because basically I said, let's be patient, and that I thought the video was shorter than it was, blah, blah, blah. I'll talk about that in a sec. But she says, I get that. And I get you have your reasons for not liking TT. And to be clear, I don't like her either. But I'm just getting tired of repeating the same stuff over and over. What she did to you is far from being okay, but constantly talking about her on your live stream is not going to change that, is it? I think it's going to just make matters worse. But of course, it's up to you what you do in your stream. I enjoyed some of it when I came in the beginning, and there were a lot of awesome people in there. But when the focus became TT, I left. Many people in your comments were saying hateful things we've heard 10 million times already. I don't know if you realize that, but it was definitely more than 15 minutes.
It sounds like it was a good time, artist, for you to head out.
I am not mad at you. I don't hate you. And you guys can talk about whatever you want, of course. I just choose not to be there for it because to me, it's boring, it's negative, and I just don't enjoy it. However, I did enjoy the beginning, and I did peek in every now and then, and I did enjoy some of the topics you talked about. But TT is boring, and I'm sick and tired of hearing the same comments about her again and again and again. Please don't get me wrong. I like you. I like your channel, and I greatly appreciate your efforts. I'm just sick and tired of hearing about TT. Talk about her if you want, whether it's 15 minutes or 10 hours, but I'm just not going to be there for it. That's all. Sorry if my comment came across as negative towards you. I sincerely apologize. I'm just tired of the whole TT thing. Okay, so this one was like, wow. Okay.
Well, and let me ask, hey, artists, do you think that TT is obsessed with Sean? Since you're talking percentage of streams and things talked about, we're going to use obsession, which is a pretty strong word there. Considering that, when I think of obsession, I don't think of Moxie talking about TT from a totally mature standpoint. It doesn't matter how long she talks about her. It sounds like you had the right idea. You tuned out because it didn't interest you. But when we're talking obsession, let's go ahead and look at it both ways.
Well, and I've explained obsession to me when they refer to me being obsessed with TT. I have always associated the word obsession with kind of addiction, right? So if you're doing something to the exclusion of anything else in your life, if you're foregoing the normalities of your life and your family and your other interests and your job or whatever you may have because of your obsession, that's a problem. What I feel I did was take a really close look at somebody that's really caused a lot of problems for a ton of fucking people and trying to discern what is real and what isn't, and to get that message out there, because I regularly hear from people via email that have been humiliated and hurt, who've sent questions and feel stupid and scared because she doxed their name, all sorts of things. That is 100% true in my emails to this day. They're still there. And so I had a whole new reason. And the more I learned, the more I wanted to know, that kind of thing. And
and it's unfortunate. Anyway, I'm going to let you finish. I
was just going to say that when she said half of your 10-hour video was about TT. Okay, here's the thing. I had announced that we were going to be playing a video made by a brand new person in the community that I'd never heard of before, right? And it was about TT and Gypsy. And I, in my mind, I was thinking it was 15 minutes, but it was 45. What I realized later is I knew it was 45, but I was thinking we would be speeding it up. And so it would be about 15 minutes of viewing the video. And so when we played the video, it was awesome. People loved it because it was an intelligent person making intelligent conclusions. She was talking about Gypsy and TT fairly. She was showing clips from both fairly, and I really enjoyed it. Now, unfortunately, about halfway through, I cut half the finger of my fingertip off with a potato peeler. And so I'm bleeding.
Moxie, I heard that. I heard that.
So I'm in pain and I'm bleeding. And so I say, because at this point, I think Sarah and Andy were on panel with me. I said, look, guys, I'm going to just let this play. I got to go, find some stuff and take care of my wound kind of thing. So it just played without really any commentary from me, or, I couldn't speed it up, that kind of thing. So it ended up being 45 minutes of a video and some additional discussion about TT. and I put links to this person because they cover other people. And that's what it was, right? To me, if people say I popped in the beginning and then I left and then I popped in again, look, I know 10 hours is ridiculous, okay? But please, please, I'm begging people, don't make huge judgments based on little clips you see and little clips of this and little bits of that, because you really, you're not getting the true picture.
Right.
If you do like some parts of us, well, then you're going to really be missing out, because the majority of what we do now has nothing to do with TT or drama at all. 20%, 20% of a 10-hour video. Okay. To me, that's reasonable. That's not obsession. So I respectfully disagree with Artist 11.
Yeah, well, I hear from a bunch of people, they quote how long the live stream is and whatever. Well, you know what, you guys, Moxie happens to be blessed and in a position where she can hang out with her friends
Yeah.
on a live stream for 10 hours. And guess what? There is a whole lot of people that are in there with her for those 10 hours.
Right.
There's not a lot of us that could go live for 10 hours and keep the kind of interaction that you keep. Am I right, Sean? Talking about anything. Sean and I could go live for 10 hours talking about every single secret story he had, and we couldn't keep that kind of interaction. So you should be commended for that. And so that's, I'm like, so when people go, I went in for 5 hours and then I was like, I'm out of here. I was like, well, that was 5 hours of your day. So what were you not doing? If you're gonna judge what Moxie's doing and not doing, then what were
Right.
you supposed to be doing?
That is so funny, because way in the beginning when we started doing these really long ones, people were just like, oh my God, they were just horrified, right? And then people started listening and saying, oh, I used it, when I was doing the dishes or, driving, and it was really cool and all that. I'm like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be some, like, I'm some sort of, person on TV and just there for the accolades and the attention. No.
Exactly.
These are my friends. I'm retired.
Right.
I can do what I want. It is my time.
Right.
Free and clear.
Right. And you did cut the tip of your thumb off. And you know what? You still maintained your audience even when you weren't there and that clip was playing. I mean, I wasn't able to join in. I was doing stuff. In a second, I'm gonna turn we're gonna do what is it? What do they call it? Moon, a palette cleanser, and I'm gonna show you a baby bird, and then y'all can go right back to it. Okay, hold on. Let me turn it on. Hold on. Oh, let me you hear it?
Hang on.
Okay, guys, that's me. Okay, look. Right here, look.
Are we, wait a minute. Are we supposed to be looking at you?
Right now
there
you're
you
looking
are.
at
Okay, there
me.
you are. Okay, I see you. Hang
And
on,
now I'm
let me
gonna
make
show
you
this
bigger.
little bird.
Let me
Look
make
at
you
this
bigger.
little black and white bird. This
Oh
little
my goodness.
cockatiel. Look at his little white head.
Can you guys see? It's her avatar. It's in her avatar. Look at
Is it in my avatar or is it on? I'm trying to keep it on him. There it goes.
There you go. There you go.
Look at us. Hey, hi, baby.
Oh, wait a minute. Where was this born? Did your bird have
Yeah,
a...
they hatched it. So he's he's got a white, well, it's a she. She's got a white crest and she's super tame. Right?
Oh, look at
Yeah.
that. Oh, she's trying to talk. She's like,
Right? She's about I think she's closer to 3 weeks. Sean said 2 weeks, but that's
so
her. Say
does
hi.
she stay in the same cage as her mom?
No, she does. We leave them together for the first. I let the parents feed for the first. Well, I'm gonna be totally honest, and Karen knows about this. Let me turn this camera off. Um, that when they're smaller, they don't have any feathers at all, and they look like little aliens,
Oh,
like a cross between a pinky mouse and a I don't know, a pterodactyl or something. And it really freaks me out. Moxie, it kind of makes me nauseous. So I let them feed the babies for a couple of reasons. Also, they're better at it for the first week and a half. And then I start hand feeding them and getting them tame. And Sean interacts with them too. And so then they're tame. And we haven't like sold any or anything. There's, you know, a few people who have gotten them from us who are like, really? And I'm like, yeah. Um, so, but yeah, that one is white. That one's name is Cruella.
Oh my God, how cute.
Isn't that cute? Yeah, that one is that one. We mean to take the eggs from them, but they figured out how to lay eggs in the nesting box and like push stuff up on top of it.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Tricksters. I was telling Karen about a short that I saw where you know, so you're supposed to take the eggs, right? And there was one hen that was hiding them, and she had 28 chicks.
Oh my gosh.
Found
And
her
nobody knew they were hatching. That is so cute. She's like, you're not getting, and they're mean. They can be meaner than roosters when they're protecting their, yeah, I had 20 of them. That is hilarious. There was a broody one when we got tiny in Georgia, and the lady was like, come look at this broody hen. And Sean, how many babies did that hen have? And she chased you all the way out of the little garage thing, didn't she?
Mound of eggs.
And you went towards her. Didn't she chase you out?
There was like 20 eggs.
There was like 20 eggs in the corner. Like she was like, yeah. So
Oh
she
my-
was like the one. But I'm gonna let you talk for a little bit. I just got home. I'm gonna heat some stuff up, but I'll be listening.
Thank you, hon.
Okay. All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
I have learned so much about animals since coming into this group, and birds particularly were something that I was not real familiar with, or I didn't even seem to have an interest in it. And I remember, I think it was Barry Hott who may have sort of opened up that door, but I realized that a lot of our folks have birds, and the kind of birds that that live, you know, decades and decades and decades. And these days, I have birds feeding on my balcony every day. I have crows that come and see me for peanuts and apples and watermelon. Yesterday, I had so it's a blue bird with I have a little video and some pictures to post, but like a little something popping off the top of its head, very bright blue and loud as hell. I thought it was like I don't want to say a woodpecker sound. It was just like a really loud caw, rah, rah, you know, but not a crow. Most beautiful bird I've seen. And he wanted fruit and nuts as well. And and a hummingbird, of course, I just love it. Just every bit of nature is just so fascinating to me these days. A stellar blue jay. That's right. Somebody told me that that's what it was, but maybe it was you, Black Dragonfly. I just didn't realize they were so loud. And last time that one visited was several weeks ago, maybe even a couple months now, with, I believe, to be a female. There was a pair of them getting peanuts and fruit and stuff. So, oh, Monaco, you get a ton of hummingbirds? I love hummingbirds. This batch currently likes to kind of buzz around me and hang out on the balcony for a little bit. And I love feeling the flutter of their wings. Like you can feel the air as it's dispersed by their wings and such. It's really, really fun. Okay, I'm going to check in on chat. I think I've missed a few points here. Karen had sent something way back here. Let's see how far back I'm going to go. And then we'll get back into the discussion about both sides a little bit, and then we'll be out of that one. Okay, so I'd gone back and see. Oh, hang on, you guys. I gotta go get something for Sasha. Poor thing, she was doing her search game, and I'd hidden this particular thing underneath where the cat is laying down, like under the cushions. And she was afraid to pull it out because she had to kind of dig her nose in there. She was being very polite. Almost done, just a second. Okay. I think I've mentioned she is into her nose. Like she is everything is about smells and odor for her. Big part of her day is sniffing every single thing that comes in the front door. Every little bag, every little box. We got a lot of deliveries. Okay, let me go back to chat for a sec. Where did I leave off? So basically, artist, I see that you're in here now. So hello. You know, I did that respectfully. I think you know that I am interested in differing opinions and will, you know, speak on them in our lives because I'm trying to work through things for people. So no bad intentions will ever be meant by that. Let's see. Just reading through chat. W is here. W, have you had another name? I'm not recognizing it. And W says, I'm uninterested in TT as well. Then Moxie, you went MIA, so I really just moved on. Also, I had a lot of family things happening. My grandson's heart surgery, my mother-in-law had heart surgery, and finally my brother-in-law. W, who are you? I know it's like right there. I just can't seem to come up with it. Your story sounds familiar. People need to remember I'm almost 65. Not as quite as quick as I was. Okay, so Artist 11 said to Boho, I'm here if anyone wants clarification. And yes, ATX TT is obsessed with Sean. Haven't watched her in a long time, though. Neither obsession is good. Jersey Girl said to Ray's, congratulations on your sobriety. So yes, Ray, I didn't see that you had mentioned that, but yes, absolutely. Congratulations on that. We have a lot of people who share that kind of personal stuff with us. And I feel very kind of blessed to be able to share that with other people too, because those are quite profound accomplishments. Just being me, that's an interesting question. So she asked of Artist 11, I have to ask, would you feel differently if TT called you a drug dealer or pedophile, which is what she called us? Would you feel differently just asking? Very good question. And she said, Artist said back to just being me, yes, I would. I don't like a lot of what TT has done, but I don't hate her. But you have a good point. She has never gone after me, even when we stopped being friends. Yeah, it's almost in a way kind of like the Miss P thing, right? Unless you've been the focus, it's hard to understand the depth of it, you know, and hard for all kinds of people to understand. And a lot of people have no idea that this kind of sort of fuckery even exists anywhere. You know, they have no idea about this at all. Jude said, he's adorable, Mandy. Wasn't that little cockatiel so cute? Oh my God. I just want to love it and squeeze it and steal it. Interesting. Lord Hillcrest said, Patricia isn't obsessed with Sean. She's obsessed with the lies she says about him. So do you mean like she's obsessed with making a false narrative? You know, I can see that for real. Now, Lord Hillcrest also said to Artist, I think you're full of basically BS personally. Now, we do want to try and be well, we definitely do want to be more polite than that, because I look at this, John, like we have guests in the house, right? So you offer them refreshments and you keep the words like that to kind of the minimum. If you have to, maybe say it when they're gone or something. I don't know, but maybe not while they're right here would be preferred. Moon said, yes, there are many who are streaming the way Moxie does who have responsibilities they're ignoring for the sake of YouTube. Those are the people I side-eye when it comes to lengths of streams. Yes, and it was quite a bit of a battle, you know, sort of explaining to people why I'm doing what I do and what my circumstances are that allow me to do it. Christy is here. Wow, I love the people that we get to see. And I'm assuming this is Christy from back in the TT day. That's the only Christy I know. John said, artist, you play both sides. Well, I mean, she has opinions on both sides, John, and she was trying to step out of where she was and look beyond the walls that she had. And I admire anybody who's willing to sort of look outside what they know, and see what life is about outside those walls. So I don't know, playing both sides, definitely looking at both sides, participating in both sides. I don't know if it was a conscious effort to play. That's more my point, I guess. Oh, and Artist 11 said, Lord, nope, just being honest, which is quite a rarity on here. It can be. We like to practice it here, though, and have for quite a while, as much as possible, because remember, we're all human. Truth is, to me, let's say one thing, and then Karen could be standing right next to me seeing the same exact thing, and she would be telling, quote, the truth about it, and it would be slightly different. That is an honest truth. Whereas somebody like TT likes to take the truth and completely insert her own agenda within that and then call it the truth. So it's more her truth, not actually the truth. My opinion, as always, everything I say is my opinion. Our Black Dragonfly said to Maniacal, I go through 2 feeders a week feeding hummers. Oh my Lord. It's funny how some people believe, or I guess aren't aware, that you can make your own hummingbird, food, basically the liquid, the sugar 4-to-1 ratio thing. And a lot of people still buy the red dyed made formula already. Oh my gosh. So expensive. No need to do that. And they don't need the red, that's just a food coloring item they don't need in their system, in my opinion. Let's see. Oh, Jersey Girl said, how are you feeling, Jude? Hopefully Jude saw that and answered. Oh, good. Yes, she did. Jude said to Kelly, terrific, Jersey, 3 months in remission as of yesterday. Isn't that amazing? Oh my gosh, I just love that. It must feel good to say that. Dragonfly said to Maniacal, my hummers stay all winter, even when we, even when we get snow. I have to set up a heat light and heated feeders all winter. Dragonfly, mine come all year round too, and I struggle with what to offer them. Like I've made boxes with straw, and I got what's that stuff they use to felt things? It's like wool, a particular kind of wool, and I filled it with that, and they never seem to want that. They mostly liked standing or perching. I guess is the word, on a big wind chime that I have. Right, the circle on the wind chime, and the wind would blow them back and forth, and that little piece, the metal on that had to be colder than hell, but they didn't want any of the comfort things that I'd left. So it was pretty strange. Just keeping my feeders not into the directly out in the wind and such, but more in the sheltered parts of the balconies, seemed to keep it not frozen. Of course, I always made sure it wasn't frozen, but I'm going to look into heating lights and heated feeders. I like the sound of that. Let's see. Almost caught up here. Almost caught up. Boho said, so the $1 million question, who owns those Teslas, or do they even exist? And I got to tell you, Boho, I certainly thought they did, but I'm questioning everything now. And somebody posed a question to me last night that like blew my mind even further. So I have no idea. Artist said to Boho, interesting that we never see a picture of her right next to the car. Almost to the end. Almost to the end. Karen said, Boho, I don't think anyone knows the answer to your question about the Teslas. The whole thing is sketchy for sure. Yeah. So disappointing. God, I still can't believe that. And when I think about it, the thing that I think of the most that really just blows my mind is how she spoke to Karen about the stupid butt dial thing. You know, if you could only hear because I read all my voicemails in that text, right? It wasn't a private thread. There were several people in there, and I played my own part of it and then read parts that pertain to it from her. But if you could have heard her voice in some of the things that she posted, just such cruelty and hatred, just sheer hatred, right? And this was at a time when we were still supposedly all friends. And she just kept at it and kept at it and kept at it and would not, no matter what I said or what anybody said, she just wouldn't let it go. And do you know that since then, right? Because her supposedly whole big deal with that was that there's no way Karen could have accidentally done what she said she did accidentally. And Miss P said that because you have to supposedly, take 3 separate steps, and, you can't just randomly touch those things, right? And we've discovered several ways since then that, oh, yes, you can. You most certainly can do it without even realizing it. So the two issues were, when you do hide somebody, any comments they may have posted already start disappearing. They go delete, 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 all the way up. And so people were thinking, oh, so that's what Miss P meant when she said it didn't just happen once. She kept doing it. The other big part of that was, so I realized on my iPad yesterday, or I think actually it was the live that we did before that, and then I did more experiments on it yesterday, that as I'm scrolling, right, and my finger rests, it stops for a minute on somebody's name, that immediately comes up several options, right? And it says pin message, report, remove, put user in time out, hide user. Okay. That was just me touching a name because I'm scrolling, right? And more than once, because as soon as it comes up, I'm trying to get it out, right? Not realizing what it says. And so not even paying attention to where I'm touching, and I'm just trying to get it off the screen. I could have very easily touched hide user or put user in timeout. And that's basically a one-stop shopping there, Miss P. One finger move without even looking. Not to mention the fact that if you're holding something and you're sort of walking or you're plugging it in or something, and your fingers are moving all over the place on the screen. And so our point to her was, wow, we're all friends. We all care about each other. Where is the benefit of the doubt here? Why are we assuming the worst? And right, Moon, who gives a shit? Why would it even matter to her? It's not her chat, for fuck's sake. Not that I did, but Moxie could have asked a mod to privately remove someone, and not once would she have had to ask permission or ask P's permission, right? It's so bizarre. And it made me look at everything in such a different way that, some people were disappointed in her because, we were friends many of us were friends for a long time. And then it seemed like all of a sudden, right, that she completely changed. And I had to challenge that and say, look, this can't be new. The depth of these feelings and the things that she's saying, because at the same time she's doing that to Karen, she's doxing me and telling me, she doesn't realize that she's the only person with that information. And so the only way it could have happened is she did it herself, if she purposefully searched me. So all of this is happening at once. And so I straight up had to tell a particular person that Paula or Miss P must have been this way all along. There's no way an episode of a butt dial is going to change a person into what she became. It had to have been there all along. And for whatever reason, the internet is her playground and we are all just her pawns. And instead of enjoying actual friendship and camaraderie and all that, she enjoys playing us like a board game, I guess. And none of, we can't, it's impossible to wrap your head around it. It really is. Because if you don't think that way, you won't be able to think that way. You won't be able to think how she thinks. Hey, Swamp. Is that your first comment? Let's see. Let me go back. Swamp said, that's because Paula is an issue and has been mostly the issue throughout the years. To Boho and Artist and Robin and Reza and anyone I missed, I am back and forth and will be back at the PC soon. Okay. Was that your first comment? I want to make sure I didn't miss part of the message. No, must have been because I was pretty much at the end of scrolling. And then I see you there. And I see it says, and yes, or Swamp said, and yes, Karen, it was an obvious mistake we have all made as mods, right? My God. Karen said, I said that to her also. It wasn't her place to even question the action, right? That it was Moxie's chat. And certainly we were all fine with what was going on. But it was the need to create a distraction. And it was the need to, to the point where we were all just like, what in the hell, right? So it's hard to think of all these things going on at once and giving them, the attention they needed. It just was completely disruptive. Swamp said, hugs to you all, heading to my PC soon, listening to Moxie, obviously, ha ha ha. So when you go to your PC, does that mean you're going to be able to come up on panel by any chance? Because I was just thinking that, the issue that we're having, maybe we can talk about it, sort of together, because writing about it, messaging about it is really, really hard as far as getting a result. W said, oh, W, Winona, is that who it is? Oh my God, is that Winona? Goodness, I haven't seen you forever. And so she was asking, has anyone seen Bella lately, who is her YouTube name is At the End of the Day? Yes, I see Bella all the time. Well, I watch her all the time. She goes live almost every night with her group of peeps and is doing good. She's been working at her new job for, it's been over a year now, I guess, which is crazy to me. So working hard and living life. I will post a link to Bella. Hang on. Her channel is really hard to find. I don't know why they make it that way, but it is really hard to find. And which seems really weird because she is, I subbed to her. So why would they make it really hard? I can't just put her name in and find her. Sometimes I can put her name in and like right now there's like 25 people that came up that are not her. So let me. And it's funny, Moon, even when I put in the at, maybe I spelled it wrong. No, it looks right. So I have to manage my subs and look her up alphabetically. So it's a good thing it's at. She starts with at the end of the day. So let me see. Why is she not in the, did she change? Oh, there she is. Let me see, did she change her name? Okay, there's a link to Bella. Yoga Pants is here. Artist said, hi, Yoga Pants, but I don't see Yoga. Where are you? There you are. Says, hello, Moxie, and everyone in chat. Hello, Yoga Pants. Oh, you're welcome, Winona. I just posted it. Steph said to Lord Hillcrest, same, Lord. No one is better than anyone else. You seem to see a lot of that on YouTube, honestly, though, but I don't get it. Shoot, I missed what Lord said. Hang on. Lord Hillcrest said, inflated egos make my piss boil. Why? I've never heard of such a thing. Lord, you having that kind of opinion? No. No. Hey, Jude, did you ever answer the question about what you were doing up in the tree? If you get a chance, I'm curious to know what the orchids and the tree were doing together. Just nosy like that. Yoga said, I'm listening, or I'm cleaning and listening. Hope everyone is doing great. I'm good, just being me. And that is what I love to hear. People just doing their thing, listening to us in the background. Woo-hoo. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about what we were talking about as far as the two sides go. And then when and if Swamp comes back, we'll figure out what we're going to do there. Swamp gave us a hint. Who? What? Swamp Monster, 100%. What? Swampy is me. Surprise, said Artist 11. You're kidding, right? Oh, man. Moon said, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck for years, it's probably not all of a sudden. Yeah. Yeah, I did a lot. I have done a lot of reflection. I spend a little bit of time each day doing reflection. Because if you look at it like there was something there that we didn't see, well, definitely because of how it all happened, but also the aftermath speaks to that as well, right? If you were friends, the aftermath would ideally be more like, hey, we're just, parting ways and calling it good. Thanks for the good times, right? But no, it's way beyond that. Swamp said, my hubs is laughing, listening to us on speaker. LOL. Behave, Moxie. Oh, yes, ma'am. Says the monster. The monster tells us to behave. Oh, Boho said, no, I am Swamp. Stop. Oh, you guys. Swamp said, hugs to everyone. Look, my only beef is with Miss P. Well, all right, but you got people and I got people, and we got to, they have opinions. And so I'm going to talk about that just a little bit. And nothing that I ever talk about is meant to trash anyone. Even when I'm talking about TT, I'm not trashing her. I'm not saying all kinds of wild, crazy things. I'm addressing issues, I know it's hard because I know you guys adore her and want the best for her. And I don't want anything bad for her. But until she does take true accountability for what she's doing, I'm probably going to have some things to say now and then. And Boho, on your community post the other day when you said that you're staying right where you are, basically you're out or something. Did you mean the melding of our two groups, or what was that about? Because I know people are sort of speaking in a, it's like hard to understand necessarily, or it's hard to know 100% what you're talking about. So, because it makes me think, oh, okay, Boho doesn't want to do this anymore. But then here you are having fun. So I'm thinking, all right, she does want to try this. Let's see. I'm checking my notes. Hang on. Okay, so I do want to clarify that. Again, how it all happened is we did our first live and we were breaking down what happened with Miss P. And Boho and, a host of other people came in, talking with people that we had. It was going really well, made amends, let's try and move forward without the animosity that we had and that kind of thing. I guess what I didn't realize at the time is that there were going to be so many people on both sides that didn't really agree with that, didn't necessarily think, they didn't think it was a good idea whatsoever. And so as we started kind of trying to find a way to be more polite and let things go, these people still existed, and some of them got offended. And I know on my side, people were saying, look, I don't like this. I'm out. And I really felt like they felt like we betrayed them, you know, because we didn't really consult anybody. We didn't really say, hey, we were thinking of doing this. And if they weren't there that first night, and if, or whatever it was, and they didn't see how it all sort of happened organically, just, you know, without anybody planning it, I can see that if they didn't see that, they would be a little bit confused. My hope is always that the folks here will trust me, right? They know me. They should be able to feel like they can trust me. And so maybe if I'm saying, hey, let's see if we can do this, because we did all used to be friends at one time. And now we're all experiencing, well, you guys are reliving and I'm experiencing what Miss P can do to groups of friends. And do we really want to just keep on with that same energy? You know, I really didn't, if there was any chance that we could do it another way. And so as time has gone on, and let's say there were some rude comments maybe left over in Swamp's area from a while back, or Shorts or whatever, and then I've got people kind of responding to comments on my posts with, you know, kind of snarky stuff. There's that going on, which creates, you know, people who wanted it to not work are saying, aha, you know, I told you guys, I told you this wasn't going to work, and I'm out of here, and, you know, yada, yada, yada. So I guess I just want to encourage people to keep sharing your opinions. I think we do need to hear that, because if we're looking at something positively and we want it to work, and then, you know, and when you make a decision like that, then basically what you see in things is just the good. You don't see necessarily the controversial. So if you have an issue, I do want to hear about it. And I would like to know specifically what that is. And I have used the story that, so as far as Boho and I, let's say, and me burying the hatchet, if you will, without, not in her skull, no, but being friendly to each other again. It's not easy for me. I mean, you know, right up until the end there, both sides were active. And so it's not easy for really anybody, but some people see value in trying. And so I really, really hope people will reconsider that and give it a try. I think Swamp or somebody said, well, yeah, I mean, the idea is just look at where it could possibly go. The strength of so many people, you know, being friends to each other and enjoying each other's company and developing this channel or whatever channels come up to showcase people and get to know people. And hey, drama once in a while, right? We are reactions channels. We are going to look for lol cows and that kind of thing. We do want to keep up on all that, but it's a completely different vibe and it's definitely not the focus. And I think that's pretty exciting. Boho said, I'm not here for your Debbie Downers to prove them right. I have been through hell and many, you all know it. I did not start this. Paula did, and many follow. Here's the thing. The other, and this is not going to sit well probably with anybody, but the idea that because Paula has been outed as it relates to our situation, right? As it relates to the people in the thread and what she did to destroy a group of people that really had a long-standing private relationship, right? So off YouTube, in addition to on YouTube, but really off YouTube in a big way. The idea that that all came to light, to me, does not change the lies that TT has told or is telling. And it does not mean that suddenly everything anyone has done are completely vindicated. Okay. There are things that I have done. There are things that Boho has done. There are things that Paula did that are really unkind. And I know it would be much easier if we could all just say, hey, everybody is 100% vindicated because of what happened to Paula, but it really doesn't. The two things don't really equate. Okay. It's, the TT thing is pretty much status quo from my perspective, right? She's still doing the same thing she did. She's always been, making things up. And I know you guys want to have another opinion about that. And we're just going to have to, I suppose, agree to disagree on that. But there's no sort of magic wand or power that is now able to tell me and this group that we shouldn't be doing certain things with TT because of what has happened with Paula. The opportunity with Paula has created a lot of additional opportunities for us, but it doesn't change everything. It doesn't suddenly mean everything TT said was true. It doesn't suddenly mean that everything Boho said was exactly correct. It doesn't mean everything that I said was exactly correct. And so those sorts of little sort of back and forth are potentially still going to take place. And I think that's okay. I mean, we just need to be aware of it. And just as I would hope nobody from this side would say to Boho, well, that's a bunch of BS. You know what you did. And I'm hoping Boho isn't going to say, hey, bitch, watch yourself. I just want us to be able to dialogue and know that we're not always going to agree 100%. And yet we can still dialogue and we can still work towards friendship and all that. You know what I mean? I hope that's making sense. Jude said, don't change a thing, Jersey. I adore the Jersey attitude. It's as snarky as my New York attitude. Tee-hee. Yes. What did Jersey say? Because a couple people are talking about it. Let's see. Jersey said, yes, I can be mean, but I'm trying to change it. Artist, I still adore you. Oh. Maniacal said, there are certain things that we will never agree on, but that's life. Exactly. And how boring would life be, right? If we were, all the same, we wouldn't be humans. Let's see. Moon said, I've got a few reservations, but we will be able to get into it then when we speak. Yeah, and I definitely want to hear everybody's reservations and everybody's thoughts. But there's only so much power behind what is happening, I guess. Moon said, and I don't think TT is good, TT is bad, is fair. Moxie, I believe it is far more nuanced in continuing to formulate it as this side and that side continues to perpetuate things you want to. Yeah, I mean, totally agree. And it's just like it always has been from my perspective, or what I feel like my perspective has been, is that my response to TT is based on TT, before we even did the live where I had posted, we were going to talk about a TT video from someone else, etc. Well, she just, went off and started telling me to, it's over. You can't do that. Swamp Boho, tell them they can't do that, that kind of thing. And that's just not how it works. And would never work, right? It could never work that way unless TT was making a true accountability apology. And to say a blanket apology does not work because her actions still say she doesn't believe what she apologized for. She even recently apologized to Sean and MANDI, and yet is still the two posts that she's leaving talk about the OXY EXPRESS, So until I personally see and feel that she has changed, my way of acting towards her is not going to be able to change. There's no doubt. Artist said, I understand, Moxie. It probably came across as me telling you what to do with your channel, but trust me, that was not the intent. I was just making it clear that I'm sick of hearing about her. Yeah, and I hear that from my own people, some of my own people that are sick of hearing about her too. Frankly, I'm sick of hearing about her. I would rather be completely unmoved to say a word about her. And hopefully that will be where we get someday. But I think that TT is really locked into the idea of clout chasing. And so when she puts Liver King, hashtag, I think when this, and not that we're the same as that, I'm just saying when this thing came about, I think she saw an opportunity, to raise her hand. Loretta! Is that Loretta? Woo! Loretta said, stopping by to show support. Better late than never. I'm at the point in my life, I just want peace and love, right? Hang on, Sasha sees the squirrels on the balcony. Just a second. Is that the squirrel? Sasha, be gentle. Be gentle. You just want some food. Hang on for a second. I got to put some nuts out. Just a second. Okay, Sasha, let's put this out. Okay. Thank you, Sashi. Good job, Sash, right? Good baby girl. So I forgot that I hadn't fed them because I realized the only peanuts I had left were salted. And so they have to go through a whole cleaning, washing process before they can be served to them. So they were still drying. And I made a fatal mistake. Well, not fatal, but a very bad mistake. So I ordered their pecans and their almonds and their hazelnuts. The pecans got flagged on my debit card as a suspicious transaction, and I didn't see it. And so I just reordered them today, which means I won't get them for like 8 days. I am out of pecans. I ordered $250 worth. And my bank has recently changed from one bank to another. And this is a new thing, I guess. I was furious. I was absolutely furious. So, and my other nuts were coming on the 9th with part of my Amazon save and subscribe, or whatever that's called. So now I had to order more expensive almonds and hazelnuts to try and get through till when the pecans get here. It's just a whole thing. And they're out there like, just waiting, It's so cute. They will literally, I have 2 nursing mamas that come up to the balcony primarily. They will literally splat themselves on the ground and eat their nuts like they're sunbathing or something. It is hilarious. Just literally hanging around, right? Hanging on the balcony railing, splatted with their little tummies on the surface. It's so cute. Oh my God, I love these babies. So it's very important. And Sasha lately has really alerted me to when they get on the balcony because they're much more ballsy. They've been climbing into my olive tree and they go all, like I have shelving out there. They're going everywhere. And Sasha is just not having it. So I have a lot more pictures to post too. Let's see, what did I miss? And Loretta, yeah, I read your comment, Loretta, and I think it's absolutely beautiful. And that is a big part of why I personally was hoping that the sort of combining of groups could be somewhat successful. So, Swamp, when are you going to share with us who you are, huh? Just catching up here, catching up. Lisa, it is nice to see you again too. It's been quite a while since you've been hanging around, and I've missed you. And can you believe it? Fall is coming. Leaves are falling. I'm so excited about that. Okay, let me see. I think we're pretty much done with the swampy thing for now. Let's see. Oh, also, so we talked about both sides sharing their opinion. And then I guess I'm also going to have to just understand that there are going to be outliers. There are going to be people who don't want anything to work, and they're just going to say, you know, whatever. But I don't lie purposefully. That's for sure. Oh, goodness. So for those of you that were at the last live, Lisa said, and why do you think that, Moxie, that fall is coming? Is that what you meant, hon? Because there's leaves actually falling off the trees. I don't know if that's what you meant. Please explain if it wasn't. Chat goes by pretty fast. So the last live, we got a person that wanted to come up on panel, and they knocked on the door because I had put the link out. So they took the link and came to the back door about 8 different times. Tarot Destroyer, my boyfriend's testicles were bitten off by a camel recently. Should I marry him when he wakes up from his coma, or marry his identical twin brother whose testicles are in pretty good shape? Gee, I don't know. That's a rough one. I'd probably stay with the original, but it's up to you. So this person was knocking on the door, and it was somebody named Cindy, Sindy. And I had just gotten through saying that, look, if you want to come up, and we encourage people on panel, and you don't have to be on camera like at all, right? You don't have to show yourself to me or anybody else. No need to get all dolled up. Just show up and you're good. What I meant is, you know, if you're active in the community and I know who you are and I can go to your channel and see who you are and that kind of thing. So I wasn't answering the door, and we basically told them that they needed to sort of verify themselves somehow. And Karen and I were kind of trying to work on that. And so they ended up sending what they termed a verification video, right? And I expected this to somehow show who they were or speak to their familiarity with us, that kind of thing. And I don't know if Karen's still here, but I think it turned out that the name Cindy is somebody that we have known before, but this particular Cindy had a new date on the channel. And was that right, Karen? Is that how it went? The Cindy that we're talking about had a newer date, and it wasn't, we decided it wasn't probably well, for sure it wasn't the Cindy that we knew. And so I played this little, it was like a little short, right? And let me tell you that MF was creepy. That person used Karen's recent video that she had posted of her dog. And I can't remember if it was Remy or Riley, but they were sleeping and making really cute snoring sounds, right? So Karen was recording that and posted it. And so when Karen heard this verification video, she recognized immediately that that was her dog on there. And the video, wasn't the video all blank or all dark other than that, Karen? When I went back to look at it the next day, it said that the video was gone because the user had closed their YouTube account. So this person was not the person that we thought. They were trying to get up on the channel, this panel, right? Okay, so yes, Karen said yes, dark with a window over to the side. And then these odd, what turned out to be breathing, snoring sounds of Karen's dog. But nobody really saying anything and nobody showing themselves or anything, right? Not saying, hey, it's me, you know, remember, da, 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 nothing. And basically, my friends, that is called dodging a bullet. Is very creepy, Yoga. Most people here know that if you let the wrong person up on panel, you're going to get porned and you're going to lose your channel. I mean, Negs, for crying out loud, was playing a video or a movie in the background, and it had a, sort of a sexual, I don't think it was straight up porn, but there was something going on. He lost his channel within minutes, forever. Oh, okay. Just being me said Cindy liked to argue. Hey, Taro, guess what? You, my friend, have just bought a ticket to somewhere else. But here. Karen said she came back into the chat and told us to lighten up, that the video was just a joke. It was a person puking and coughing sounds and my dog snoring. Yeah, that's extraordinarily funny. And not, right? And I just really feel like we dodged a bullet. And again, just everybody be extra careful, because at another point in time, I may have just said, oh, it's Cindy, you know, click, here you go. Very bizarre. Right, Artist 11 to Taro, you were funny at first. Now you're just being a plain pain in the butt, right? I mean, how dumb. Hello? What is the point? Guess what? We're all adults. We've all heard naughty words before. So good luck in the future there, buddy. Let's see. I'm excited to see where this channel goes, and I'm planning on, I don't know for sure, but I'm planning on having my hand surgery in probably by the December-ish, I would say. I don't want to, but I'm going to, whatever. And then after that, once I'm all healed and working, functioning normally again, I really am considering going live on the channel, like live, and doing, you know, walking blogs or different things like that. So it's kind of interesting to think about that as a possibility. Now, obviously my security and all that kind of issues come to mind, but I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can do that that would be kind of interesting to people. Oh, Maniacal said, Moxie, I thought that was part of the reason that you were away. Look, Maniacal, the doctors have been chasing me around like for years on this thing. And it's funny because, oh yeah, Swamp said, we can do AI, Moxie. I will research it. That'd be awesome. Working in healthcare and hospitals and rehab centers for so long, 35 years, I literally have to be bleeding to death to go to the doctor, like, or ER. Like I know I just cut my fingertip off, but a year ago or a year and a half ago, I literally cut almost my thumb completely off, tripping with a very big chef's knife. And I called 911 and they're like, man, we really, this, you know, you're going to have to get some stitches or something. Like, no, let's just hold it. it will stop bleeding. I mean, I was woozy. I lost so much blood, right? So I did have to go to ER for that 13 hours wait, I might add. And the doctor that did the stitches, this was her first day. And she walked in the room and she ripped the gauze bandage that they, the triage nurse had finagled up for me, which ripped open the wound again. The blood was going everywhere. And she's like, oh my. And I'm screaming in pain, So then she's like, okay, just a sec. Let me get, so she gets her local anesthetic ready and just jams it. Oh my God, it was horrible, you guys. It was absolutely the worst experience. And no wonder, that's exactly why I don't go to those places anymore. Anyway, so the idea of the surgery was, I can't do it. I just won't do it. He wants to do both hands at once. And I'm like, well, then what am I supposed to do? How am I even supposed to go to the bathroom, let alone take care of my dog? But it is really bad and I don't want it to get any worse. So I've decided by the end of the year, I'm going to suck it up and I'm going to get one hand done at a time and just do it. Because who I saw get it done was Rosie, Rosie, who basically recently transitioned back to male. Rosie O'Kelly, I guess is how I know her. She had one hand done and now she had the other. And so I'm thinking if she can do it, I suppose maybe I could do it. So I'm said, do you have someone that can help you with Sasha, Moxie, when you have surgery? Yeah, I mean, I have family that can. I always hate to bother people in that respect. And I have somebody that I've hired that helps me with Sasha as far as her getting her to and from all her therapies and things like that. But you know how it is. I mean, I remember I had surgery on my salivary gland once, and I was telling the doctor how fucking much it hurt. And he's like, well, just don't move your tongue. Okay. That's like saying, just don't let your heart beat. You don't mean to, and you don't want to move your tongue or your hands, but you do automatically a million times. And so that's what I'm fearful of, is just the complete fuckery of all that. I do not want to deal with the inconvenience. I just want to live my life. And I want my hands to stop hurting so that I don't have to do it. You know what I mean? So yes, thank you. I will have help. That's for sure. Let's see. Oh, at some point on the agenda, not today, but I'm going to be more and more, I am seeing smaller channels making a damn good supplemental income. And I know we have lots of people that could use an extra $1,500 a month. And so I want to start showing some of these channels that are doing it and show how easy it has become to do. So look forward to that, because it's really some interesting stuff and all kinds of topics, like from basically just showing what they're doing around the house every day, to cooking, to talking about finances, to talking about where they live. I mean, you will no doubt be able to find something of interest to a group of people. Artist said that would be awesome, Moxie. Good luck with your surgery. Thank you, Ed. Let me see. Yeah, Swamp. And you want to be able to get your stuff done. Yeah, ask your children. They know you don't want to ask for help. I know, right? I really do dislike that a lot. And I find it, I didn't really realize that I would hate medical settings so much at this point, because I loved my work. I mean, I absolutely loved my job and my career, and I was proud, and it was my thing, and I could never imagine leaving. And then I retired, and I wasn't over it then, but the last few years, oh yeah. Probably the last 5 years. Yep. Nope. Don't want to go. Don't need to go. Don't want to go. Oh, did you guys see the video called YouTubers that became murderers? What? Yeah. When we go into true crime a little bit, that's on the list. I think I'm ready to show you a story about something, but I just want to double check here. Oh, and again, if you're not getting notifications, it is often, for whatever reason, necessary to unsub and sub and resub on like a regular basis. I don't know why, but people that have had that problem a long time often report, oh yeah, that's really all it took. And that's what I do for my people too, the people that I sub to. Unsub and sub, unsub and sub. Hey, Swamp, how come you don't do lives? How come you don't do like, you do shorts, but not longer videos? I'm just curious. Loretta, oh my God, yes. Is that, okay, Loretta, first, tell me what that one's about. Is that one about the catfisher? Because Loretta said, has anyone not watched the Netflix documentary Unknown Number? It's crazy. Michael said, I've thought about offering to make videos of other folks' experiences. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Maniacal said, no, but I did watch one today about Sniper Wolf's fall from grace today. Ooh, is she like toast? I didn't really realize that. Artist 11 said, holy smokes, Rosie looks really good, right? Do you know that it was about the first of last year. Wait a minute. Let me think. Yeah, I think it was around December, January where she started. And she didn't really say anything, but she started it. And then eventually she mentioned the reason she had a kind of a religious awakening. She was doing some volunteer work for a hospital, or not a hospital, for a church. I think repairing their bathroom or redoing something for them. And this epiphany happened. And in an instant, it was basically, she felt completely different about how she'd been living. And I believe she's going to write a book. I'd asked her several times because she's really not telling the story. And she had said, she is going to be doing a book. And that's probably why, she doesn't want to tell the story now, but I bet it's fascinating. Okay, hang on. So just being me said to Loretta, yes, Loretta, it is insane. Okay, Loretta, is that the catfish one? Okay. That is on my list. I just saw that yesterday. And it's so if it's the right one, it's the one where the person that's being catfished found out eventually who it was, and it will blow your mind who it was, right? Is that kind of the deal? I don't necessarily want to give it away, even though I think it says in the description of the show, what it is. But let's see. Jude said, "Oh, I remember that." To Maniacal, that was her ex-boyfriend she was stalking, wasn't it? Oh man. All right, so Maniacal said, a channel on here called Swoop. She talks a lot about true crime, pop culture, and influencers. Very well done, as she's a documentarian. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. Let me write that one down. There are a lot of channels lately that are outing influencers, that's for sure. And guess what, guys? A lot of everything we've been shown has been a big fat lie. Surprise. Lots of filters. Maniacal, can you put a link to Swoop in the chat? Because you have a wrench and you can put in links. Oh, okay, that's it, Moxie. Cool, Loretta. Okay, so I'm going to find the name of that one. Okay, so it's called Unknown Number, the High School Catfish. The film covers the true story of Kendra Licari, a mother in Michigan who spent years cyberbullying her own teenage daughter and the daughter's boyfriend. What the ever-loving fuck are you kidding me? Wow. What? Oh, thank you. Thank you. There's Rosie's channel. Well, we can use Rosie's channel too. The other one's called Swoop, and her @ is Petty University. Oh my God, I love that. Petty University. That's so true. Thank you very much, just being me. You saw it, Karen? It was crazy. Dang it. Yeah, you guys don't mind if I leave for a couple hours, do you? Petty University. And what was it called? Unknown number high school catfish. Okay. You guys did, of course, see the see, I believe it was Netflix called Don't Fuck with Cats, basically something like that, where YouTube sleuths tracked down a murderer. And that one was crazy because those same sleuths actually identified the wrong person initially. And that person ended up taking their own life because of the repercussions. Just a minute, baby girl. Hang on. Did you get enough champion? Some water. Here's your water. Some corn. Lisa, I wish we could. She says, can't you do a movie review, Moxie, if you stop and talk during it? I will look into that, but I'm pretty sure not, even though I see other people doing like, so I'll see people reviewing like, not Game of Thrones, but House of Dragons. And they're showing actual clips, you know? I don't know. I will look into it because that would be super awesome fun. Aw, Loretta said, Moxie, I'm loving the vibe in here tonight. So laid back, right? And this is like what we've been trying to achieve, you know? Just shooting the breeze, chatting, talking about our lives and what's going on. And it's good for the head and the heart. You know what I mean? To me, it seems like a new way of socializing as far as friends go. One of the downsides, though, Karen and I were talking about this, is that so normally when you make friends in real life, right, you get to see them in person, right? You get to talk to them, evaluate them. You see body language. You see, you know, not necessarily what their car is like, but how they, you know, is their car a big mess inside or is it not? Or what do they like to do? You know, you get to see all that in person. Here, we have to judge people on very different things. And it can be a challenge because I know in the beginning, I wanted to assume the best about everybody that I ran into, right? I fell in love with every channel that I stopped by in the beginning. And literally every single one of them fucked me over. Or other people, right? None of them were truly what they said they were. And this was eons ago. This was back when I first started watching things on YouTube other than old movies, when the Chris Watts murder took place, when he killed his family. And then I started getting into chats and things like that. And it was the lies that went on. I mean, somebody said, oh, I'm a pharmacist and I have cancer. And I mean, just the wildest things that I wouldn't have ever thought people would lie about, right? And I just felt so foolish because I was defending these people till the end. Looking back, oh my God, I was such an idiot. Such an idiot. Oh, what was the sniper? Oh, the sniper was the sniper one on the Swoop channel. Okay, artist, I'm reading what you wrote to Maniacal. I read something about her. I think it was on Kiwi Farms. Wasn't her boyfriend the one that did all the work for her? She barely did anything. That's what they were saying. Oh, about Sniper Wolf. Ah, yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. Because really, like, it seems like the age of the influencer, which is what I consider Sniper Wolf, I don't know if that's correct, that's what I call her, is kind of over in, you know, I guess there will always be people that don't see what's really happening, but a whole bunch of people are now seeing what's happening. And influencers that are using that are beauty influencers using filters to sell makeup, right? When it's really not the makeup that's doing that to your face. It is the filter. That's coming out in big ways. Okay, so the main swoop channel. Okay. Lovely Lisa, artist said to Lovely Lisa, yes, they even said he provided a script for her on what to say. Wow. That's crazy. Well, you know, think about all the big, like the family channels that have 1 million subs and stuff, and that, you know, all the cute little videos that they do with the kids and the jump, what do you call that? Where all of a sudden they go from sort of dressed one way to another. It's just a quick jump from the video. There are professional videographers that are filming that. It's not just dad with the iPhone kind of thing anymore. And that makes me sad. You know, it's a big production with lights and a filming schedule and scripts and producers. And the money is so big that they can afford to do that. And it's like, what comes first, you know, the money or the process that is no fun anymore? Oh, Ruby Frank. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to write that one down. We need to go over that lady. Yeah, she's in jail for a very long time. She was a family influencer and they were abusing her kids. You know, when you think of abuse, or when I would typically think of abuse in that way, I would think of I guess, you know, poor people or uneducated people or circumstances of that kind. But these people, like the Frank lady, you know, none of that was true. And she was basically a psycho that had some beliefs about how you raise a child. And I think the audience, you know, the viewers were driving that, and she was not really living life with her children, but was rather living a program with them. It was very sad, very sad. Now that one, I think we could probably do something online about and get away with it, because we could find plenty of, you know, sort of semi-documentaries on YouTube about it, and we can react to those. That would work. Maniacal said, I'm basically on an influencer documentary loop right now. It's my main YouTube consumption. Maniacal, have you ever seen Hannah Alonso? I found her because she did the behind the scenes stuff on MLM, you know, marketing. What's that called? What's it called? MLM. Something marketing. People, things like LuLaRoe and Amway and, you know, all that stuff. And she was involved in MLM products and services for a long time, but now she outs them and outs influencers as well. And she's making a flippin' fortune. Her and her husband just moved to Seattle. She has some young kids. She seems really nice. I really do like her. Oh, you love Hannah, said Michael. I actually sent her a product recently, and she did an IG story on, oh, how cool. Yeah, you can send her, you know, things to review, whether it be MLM or an influencer or something, and she'll read your letter if you want her to. And yeah, I'm glad. Oh, multi-level marketing. Thank you, Karen. I could not for the life of me. Pyramid schemes is what we used to call them, says Just Being Me, right? Yeah, Maniacal, I really like her too. She's very, I know there's something about her, right? She's very well spoken. She's thought things out. Yeah, I was really drawn to her too. Maniacal, you can post that link if you'd like. Let's see. I want to show you this story that I found, of all places, on, let's see, what is this called? I think we all know the Daily Mail newspaper, online newspaper, right? Kathy McKay said, Ruby Frank is a crazy lady, but the evil one was Jody Hildebrandt, who brainwashed that whole family. I live where they live and know many of the same people. Oh, interesting. Yes. And Jody was like I think originally like a business partner that came in to her life, into Ruby's life. And they worked at programs that they, you know, like, I don't want to say self-help, but some sort of program like that they sold as packages and things like that about child rearing and such. And yeah, they both got arrested and sent to prison. Oh, Jude says, yep, to Just Being Me, remember Bernie Madoff, right? Oh my God. I think Bernie was one of the first ones where people had really no idea that kind of stuff went on. And it was like, wow, so many people lost their money. People that were, investing their life's savings. Yikes. And wait a minute. I believe his sons committed suicide. I know at least one of them did. I mean, it destroyed the whole family, not just the people that they affected that they stole money from, but the family's shame as well was just horrible. Kathy McKay said, Jody is a therapist who had her license taken away, but still worked as a therapist in the Mormon church. Ah. Yeah, I was going to say, Just Being Me. Bernie did die in jail, didn't he? I was thinking, did he commit suicide or did he die like regularly? I'm going to look that up real quick because I can't remember. So he died in 2021. So one of his sons was sentenced to 10 years in 2012, and his other son hanged himself in 2010, exactly 2 years after his father's arrest. The third son, Andrew, died of lymphoma in 2014. Oh my gosh. And so his widow is still alive. I guess she was turned away. She went to a private memorial for Mark after his suicide, but was turned away by his unforgiving widow. Yikes. What does it say how he died? Died in prison. I think he was 82, so probably just. No, it doesn't really say. Oh, okay. So last year, well, this was written a few years ago, but he requested early release from prison, citing health problems, including kidney disease. In an interview with the Washington Post, he said he had made a terrible mistake. I'm terminally ill. There's no cure for my type of disease. So, I've served 11 years already. And quite frankly, I've suffered through it. Judge Denny Chin denied Mr. Madoff's request, noting many victims were still suffering due to their financial losses. Yes, indeed. I also believe that Mr. Madoff was never truly remorseful and that he was only sorry that his life as he knew it was collapsing around him. At least 2 investors with Mr. Madoff took their own lives after their losses. His son, Mark, also killed himself on the 2nd anniversary, yada, yada, yada. And this last point was maddening to me. It says, Mr. Madoff is survived by his wife, Ruth, who maintained she was unaware of the scheme and was never charged. Prosecutors let her keep $2.5 million from the $825 million fortune the couple once possessed. I thought that was excessive. I really did think that was excessive. Particularly, I don't know if everyone was paid back. I doubt it, but that should have come first in my mind. Lou Pearlman died in jail too. Rest in peace, you scammer. Is RINP another thing other than rest in peace? Or was that just a typo? Lou Pearlman. I'm trying to think, is that the guy that was abused the boys? You guys, I'm extraordinarily nosy. Yes. Okay. He was. He was a music manager and scam artist. He was the person behind many successful 1990s boy bands, having formed and funded the Backstreet Boys. After their massive success, he then developed NSYNC. Yes. See, he got 25 years in prison and died in 2016. Maybe there wasn't, I don't know. It doesn't, it kind of is talking about how he was a schemer, but not really a pedo necessarily. Maybe I got that wrong. Oh, rest in no peace. Oh, gotcha. See, I learned something new from you guys. Literally every single time we go live, I learn so much from you guys. Yeah, Robin said to Kathy, that's just so crazy how one person can destroy so many lives or so many families in a heartbeat. That's just gross, right? Maniacal said, do not mess with my boys. Yes, you do have something about, is it In Sync, right? You like them? That's what I kind of picked up on the other day when you were talking about In Sync, and Aziz's video is hilarious. My boys In Sync. Yep, I got it. I got you. Jude said, we're still trying to get over the Casey Anthony trial here in Florida. That witch got away with murder and lives not far from me. You know, I watched every second of that case, and it blows my mind that Kaylee was literally in that field, so close to where she lived, basically. And that supposedly the police and everyone else did so many searches, right? And never found it. And even the guy that found it had reported it once before, and nobody even ever came out. That poor little thing laid out there all that time. Flooded, the area flooded and then receded again and again. And yeah, I was so stunned. I knew they were going to find her not guilty because the prosecutors did not manage to even come up with a potential way that it happened. So not that the jury believed that she didn't do it, but that the jury believed the prosecution had not proven it and that there was reasonable doubt. Artist 11 said, Moxie, I'm heading offline. Thank you for everything. You're welcome, hon. Hopefully we'll see you next time. We're going to try the Tuesday, Friday schedule for a while. Although I do want to do some weekends and I do want to do some later start times for people that can't come early, that kind of thing, but hopefully a couple times a week, every week. But Casey, yeah, just, I cannot believe that. I mean, in my mind, seeing everything that the circumstances, right? It's circumstantial, but boy, those circumstantial pieces were incredibly telling. Crazy stuff. Maniacal said, that's what happened with the body of Brian Laundrie. They only found his remains once his parents got involved with the search. I remember that. And very shortly thereafter, right? And then all hell broke loose and Gabby's parents sued them civilly. And I believe they won. Just a mess. Gabby was such a beautiful girl and so young, so much life ahead, still making mistakes, clearly. But who doesn't? I mean, that's just part of growing up. Yeah, what a crock that trial was. 2 entitled brats. Let's see. Lord Hillcrest said, I saw this earlier, or just a second ago. Lord, I want to get back to it. I see the Menendez brothers were refused parole, which is really interesting because they went through all this, people advocating for them and reducing their sentences, and so eligible for parole and then denied parole. I just cannot get past the fact that they shot their parents they had to reload and shoot. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, I can't even fathom, I'm thinking of my kids and me sitting on the couch, right? It's just unfathomable to think of. And then the money factor, right? They took the money and bought things with it and lived the life. And I don't care how young you are or stupid, that's a line obviously nobody should ever cross. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they'll ever get out, honestly. I don't think it's ever going to be justifiable. Hopping in the shower, but still listening, says Maniacal. Woot, woot. Don't forget your rubber duck, said Jude. Just Lydia. Good one. The Curious Case of Natalia Grace. That's a good idea because I'm going to write that down. At the time, I was doing something else and I couldn't get into it. And I remember thinking, oh man, you got to get back to this someday, but I never did. And that one just kind of even gets weirder and weirder lately. All right, is on the list. Robin said, anybody know about Idaho's 4 college murders? That's so sad. Robin, did you see that just recently they released the cop cameras, the body cameras? And so you can see as they arrive, the first responders arriving on the scene, they show them going through the house. It's crazy. They show the roommates that survived. Actually, I'll put that on our list. We can look at that because that's everywhere. I mentioned that, I think, last time or the time before and then forgot all about it. But the body cams were just a whole other perspective. And, you know, I can't believe they actually tore that house down before the trial was even done or started even. I mean, it just was like, boom, they arrested him and then they tore the house down. I thought that was bizarre. What if you needed it? What if, you know, what if something happened in the trial and evidence needed to be found? My goodness. I get why they wanted to do it, but Kathy McKay said to Robin, I couldn't read about that murder. Those girls reminded me of my daughters. I couldn't read it, right? It was just incredibly sad and scary. It is a parent's worst nightmare when their children are away. Absolutely always a nightmare to think that somebody's just going to do something to your child. And this one was just so brutal, you know, just, oh man, I mean, it was bad. Jude said, wasn't the killer's name Starkey, Robin? He hid under their beds and slaughtered them. Oh, I think you're talking about the, okay, so Robin was talking about what we is commonly referred to as the Idaho 4, which was just a couple years ago. The Starkey one was the one, I believe, where he killed the nurses and hid under their beds, and then as each one came home or something like that, right? Yeah, so Brian Kohlberger is for the Idaho 4. And I'm going to write Starkey down too. I'm going to look into that. I think that was the nurses, and that was super scary. Yeah, serial killers have always fascinated me when I was, you know, trying to figure out what to do with my life as far as careers go. I really wanted to study them because all I could think of, I mean, I had a baby son at the time when I first started thinking of this, and I would think that these guys they all started out as somebody's cute little son, you know, little baby. And where does it go wrong? And how does it go that wrong? I was really, really interested in that. Oh, that's okay, hon. I think it's KOHLBERGER, something like that. Lord Hillcrest, do you in America, or America, not America, but he calls us America, know the Jack the Ripper story? Gosh, John, I don't think so. Maybe you could explain that one. Yes, we know the Ripper. John, who do you think the Ripper was? I think it was, yeah, John said, Lord Hillcrest said, never found who it was. I think it was a member of the royal family. It's pretty fascinating, though. Of course, nowadays we would have been able to find out, right? DNA and different evidence would have been able to guide us to who it was. Definitely, Jack the Ripper is probably one of the biggest, you know, whodunit stories ever. And I can't even count how many movie productions and TV productions have been made. You've heard the royal family story, Lord? Yeah, me too. And it was interesting, that's for sure. Jude said, a lot of speculation, John, but nothing was ever proven conclusively. Yep. I wish there was a way they could, you know, like would have gathered evidence back then and kept it. You know, a lot of the cold cases that we see now, that's how they are solved is, you know, evidence is sitting in a box somewhere in a evidence room. Kathy said, John, wasn't he a doctor? I think a lot of them thought that he was because of his sort of familiarity with anatomy. And so, yeah, that was a big belief. Let's see. John said, Kathy, definitely a surgeon of some kind. And keep in mind, back in those days, a surgeon was actually a regular doctor, and a doctor did the surgery part. It was really weird. They had those words backwards for a period of time. All right, let's see. You guys, because I will talk all day. I will read chat and talk all damn day. I'm not even joking, which is fine. At some point, I do want to talk more about kind of what Mandy and I were talking about as far as Miss P's timeline with TT, because I find it fascinating that TT never talks about that, right? The way everybody's introduced to the story, TT received this letter out of nowhere, what became known as the Stan letter. And I always thought that was the beginning of their, quote, relationship, their awareness of each other. But before that, she was a mod. And so, and something happened. They got into something. And so she became not a mod. And it was described to me as Miss P turned on TT. So literally, Paula knew Sean and TT at one point too. I mean, back then, it was that long ago, So that's on my list too. I know we don't necessarily want to make her a focus, but I find that a little bit more about Miss P than anybody. And I think I'm hoping it will help me understand what ended up happening. Okay, I'm going to show you a story that I saw on the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail is an online tabloid, in my opinion, for the most part, but they do often have interesting science stories, and they've broken some breaking news as the first people sometimes. So they have a reason for existing that's pretty good. They are also little shits in that they put a lot of stories up that you can't get into unless you're a subscriber, and you have to pay to subscribe. And that pisses me off. They're making plenty of money with their ridiculous amounts of advertisements. But I dig through the slog. I don't pay for anything, and I find good things. So this story, let's see, where is it? It is pulled up. And it's called, the title is A Mother of, and I'll show it to you in just a sec. A mother of 4 was missing for 20 years. Then a pastor had a, quote, mysterious dream, and God intervened. And that's the truth. That is literally what the story is going to tell us. So let me show this to you. You all right, baby girl? Oh, God. I got to stop her in just a minute and get her medicine. She's really struggling. Oh, you guys, oh my God, I didn't even tell you. Okay, so remember the other day when she asked to go outside randomly and I took her downstairs and then I had taken those pictures and showed you? She did this again. So we did it one day and then she did it again the next day. The next day, by the time she got downstairs, oh my God, you guys, she was in so much pain. She literally like sort of threw herself down on the cement at the bottom of the stairs and just like, I know she's in pain when her breathing gets really fast. That's kind of the beginning of it. And I didn't know what to do because she was downstairs. How was I going to get her back upstairs, that whole thing? And had to give her I think I even told you guys I'd bring her in the house. And no, the first time I did it, I brought her in the house and gave her extra medicine because I could tell she was in pain, and she slept for a good portion of the day. I had to do the same thing again once I finally got her upstairs, but I had to call the person that I've hired to help me with her, and they came and helped me. But it's so encouraging that she wants to try. Now, I don't know if it's actually heartbreaking that she wants to try and won't ever be able to do it. I don't know that I'm there yet, but I mean, I have to face that that's a possibility. But the idea that she is asking to go out is remarkable, absolutely remarkable. So keep praying for her. Hopefully it's gonna, I don't know, I guess I'm just hoping she keeps getting better and better. I'm hoping she can do those simple things again. If she can't ever hike again or walk for hours, fine. But I want her to be able to get outside, because smelling things to her is what she lives for. And I want her to be able to do that every day. Let's see. Can you guys see this? Hang on, I gotta double check. There it is. Sorry about all the ads on this, but that's just kind of the way of the world with the Daily Mail. What Diana are you guys talking about? Are you talking about Diana, Princess Diana? Because Lord Hillcrest said, what's your take on Diana to Jude? Hang on, I gotta read this. Oh, just being me said, my son just got here to take me to dinner. Have a great night, everyone. Ooh, how fun. Have a great time, hon. Oh, Robin, really? She said, you should see some of the spoof numbers that were called to me. Oh my gosh. Robin, feel free to send me, screenshots of that. Jude said, I have a stupid question. Why is it called the Stan letter? Did anybody explain that to you, hon? So a Stan letter, so it's part of an Eminem song. And in that song, he is reading a letter from a fan. And it starts out really, hey, I love you, blah, blah, blah. It goes into, hey, you didn't answer my letter. Hey, I've got my girlfriend in the car and I'm going to kill her, kind of thing, right? It goes from all these different emotions. And I believe that's where the whole Stan letter, sort of over enthusiastic fan. I think that's where it came from. So calling it a Stan letter is an insult, a big insult. Jude Carroll said she was a child bride sold into the royal family. She did the best she could with everything that was thrown at her from both her parents and the royals. Yes. So yes, you are talking about Princess Diana, who, Lord Hillcrest, I don't know if I ever told you that I was always a fan of hers. I mean, people called me obsessive back then about her. And of course, this was before the internet. And so the only photos and images that you could get were from the television news and these magazines that were published in England called, one of them was called Royal and one of them was called Majesty, right? And I had subscriptions to them all. And I would go to the bookstores every flipping day. Well, I worked at the mall too, so it was handy. But I would go to the bookstore and find out, have you gotten another book? Have you gotten another book? Have you gotten another book? And these were picture books that were filled with every appearance Diana would make. And you could see every outfit. I mean, it was nothing but Diana from beginning to end. I was absolutely nuts about it. I even got my hair cut like that at one point. I dressed like her. I had Laura Ashley prints in my house. I mean, I was full on obsessed with this woman. And yes, I recognize looking back, Jude, that she was definitely taken advantage of. And the whole thing was awful. I can only hope she had, the boys brought her great happiness. And although Harry has gone off the deep end, William has turned out to be a magnificent man, in my opinion. I don't know what John thinks, but that's how I look at it. I still have probably probably 300 editions of between Majesty and Royalty from over the years. And then I probably have another 300 hardbound books about her. I had, you know, stamp collections, like official expensive stamp collections. I mean, I was crazy over the royal family at that point in time. Black Dragonfly said, Moxie, have you thought of something like a dolly to get Sasha back and forth? It's the stairs that are really the problem. And, you know, the therapist, she has a host of people that work with her, and they, for the most part, believe that the stairs are a good exercise. The problem just becomes when she overdoes it, or, you know, I'm not reading the signals right or something, and there's nobody there to help me with her. That's why I wanted to move at one point, so that we could be on a one level. But at that point, I was spending, like, you know, tens of thousands of dollars a month, and it was going to be another 10,000 to actually move. And I couldn't see doing it. I didn't know where expenses with her were going. And I'm glad I didn't, because they remained high. Also, my safety issue. I really don't like being on a one level house or apartment or anything because of the fear factor. But that was kind of at the background of everything. So we stayed where we are, and we still have the stairs to deal with. Lord Hillcrest said, England loves William. I hope so. Man, it would have killed me if they didn't, you know. And Catherine and his children. And I believe Charlotte. And by the way, I guessed Charlotte's name was going to be Charlotte, by the way. She resembles Queen Elizabeth just profoundly, absolutely profoundly, and has since she was a toddler. Like, I could see the Queen in her face at that young age, and it's continued. I think it's absolutely wonderful. Dragonfly said, yeah, I hear you. I would not want to be on the main floor either. Yeah, just like generally speaking. Oh my God, John, Harry is hopelessly in love with that woman. Do you know I have a playlist that's called Harry and That Woman? She is the most, I mean, Wallace Simpson is an angel, comparatively speaking. Am I right? I call her me again if I have to use her name. Horrible woman. Absolutely horrible. She ditched her own father. Has not seen him since she became so high and mighty, important. Oh, I cannot stand that woman at all. Don't get me going. She was. Debbie Harry was a great talent, Lord Hillcrest. I agree with you. I don't know where that came up, but yes. Oh, Jude said, I was Debbie. What? Oh, and you know, collecting on Princess Diana, there was nothing more exciting, you guys, than finding a photo that I had never seen before. And much more recently have I gotten to see some very candid pics that were never seen before. It was just really, really exciting. Because if you're obsessed, I mean, literally, you cannot find an image you have not seen. And I started to prefer the casual photographs rather than the photo opportunities, right? John, I can't tell you, I probably had every shoe she ever wore. Like, I bought every shoe she ever wore for myself. I bought dresses that she wore for myself. It was nuts. And here I am, like 5'6.5", and she's 5'10". Wasn't quite as dramatic, but she was model height and had just such a presence about her. Catherine, I believe, is like a different version of Diana. You know, I mean, she's extraordinarily well loved. And I'm glad her and William, you know, took their time and all that. Kathy McKay said, Moxie, I'm so sorry about Sasha. I have a 15-year-old Yorkie who is dying. I give her 6 medications a day to keep her quality of life. It's so hard when they're in pain. Yeah, Kathy, I really had to advocate for her and fight for her for this too, because I just cannot bear to think about it. I watch her struggle to walk, and it's pain. I mean, you can see and hear the breathing. I mean, it's just so obvious. And of course, sometimes when we go to the vet, she's like excited to see everybody and sitting in a chair and, you know, not in any discomfort. And I'm like, I finally started videoing, you know, her during her moments at home. And then I would email that to the doctor. And when she was peeing pure sand, right, I had called the doctor and said, look, there's something wrong. Her urine isn't really urine, it's literally sand. And they're like, well, that can't be. Anytime a dog has, you know, crystals in their urine, it's microscopic. And I'm like, but I'm looking at it like a tablespoon full of pure sparkly sand. And so finally, I took a picture of it and then a video and sent it over. And they're like, oh my God, we've never seen anything like this. I'm like, yeah, I know. I've heard. So I guess they have kept her pictures and used those to show people, or not to people, but to show other practitioners. Dragonfly said to Jude, he will still put his front paws on the stairs. Then I lift his back end up, and somehow we manage 2 to 3 stairs at a time. That's interesting. That's exactly what I do as well. Sometimes I'll use her harness. Like I tried to get the things that would fit under her chest area, right? And that have a handle that you can sort of lift up a little bit, sort of like an air gel move, just being me, if you were here, just to take a little bit of the weight off. But she really fought that. She just didn't, I don't think it fit very well. It just didn't seem conducive to her. But definitely the holding her hind is workable, although that area, like her hips on down, is very sore. And so I have to be careful as I'm holding her. And of course, as I'm holding her, she wants to go faster and faster with her front legs. We definitely had to work on a rhythm. But even when she gets in bed, like my bed sits almost 30 inches off the ground. Don't ask me why. And I had to build steps up to the bed so she could get up there. No matter what set of stairs I bought or what ramp I bought, she wouldn't touch it. And so I finally bought probably 25 dog bed cushions, you know, rectangle squares. And I built, you know, ascending stairs up the side of the bed, and she will use those. And then at the very end is a chair that she sort of steps up to last, and then she can rest for a second, and then she can step right onto the bed very easily. So Jude said, oh, wait a minute, hang on. Black Dragonfly said, Moxie, I just bought that harness hoping it will help. Yeah, I end up donating all that stuff to the Goodwill because I've just tried product after product after product after product after product. I have a stroller that is really like it's not anything like a stroller, but it's like a tent, right? So imagine a small tent that you sort of snap and it, you know, and it unfolds. It's kind of like that on wheels almost without all the hubbubaloo, just the shape of it. It's, you know, you can zipper her in and she can see through the kind of mesh windows, but it's really, really, really heavy and difficult to use. I really haven't used it at all. I bought it, interestingly enough, after she had her got fixed. Don't ask me why I thought I would need it, but I bought it for her after that, thinking she might not be able to walk for a while. Hell, she got fixed, and oh my God, they gave me so many drugs for her to keep her down, and she would not stop running and jumping after her surgery. Just, I could sit on her was about the only way. Jeannie said, dogs are so brave. They are, right? They are. Yeah, ramps for some of the steps. I know for Sasha, she just was not interested in ramps, and I bought several kinds. And the other thing about ramps in the bedroom anyway was, because I also tried them on my car, to get in the back of my car. In the bedroom, the ramps, it's like the angle that they needed to be at in order to provide a ramp, so it starts way back here and goes all the way. It just was an impossible angle. There's not enough room in a bedroom. because it has to be a fairly long ramp. Anyway, most of the ones that I had anyway. But the steps, the soft steps seem to work really good. And I just put basically a crib sheet around them to hold them together, you know? And then I put, you know, that stuff they use under carpets to keep it from slipping, that sort of rubberized gridded stuff. I put those in between each cushion. So like the first cushion is one cushion, the second stair is two cushions, the third stair is three cushions, that kind of thing. And if you use the whole side of the bed up against the side of the bed, you have a lot of room for a lot of stairs. If you're just trying to go straight at the bed, let's say at the end of the bed or something, you won't have any room. Maniacal says ramps won't work for your situation. Oh, you call it the briefcase. Hang on. What is the briefcase? I'm searching. Maniacal, what is the briefcase, hon? We call it the briefcase. Jude said, my girl refuses to walk on the floor unless it's from throw carpet to another one. Her hindquarters are shaky and she collapses often. Is that to keep her off like slippery flooring? Jude, is that what that's about? God, it sounds like we're all dealing with this. My God. Dragonfly says to Jude, my old guy wants to try so hard, but I have to help him every time. I'm worried we will both fall. Dragonfly, that is a fear I have as well. Sasha is 70 pounds and it gets really, really tough. Jeannie said, we need more vets who do home consults for sure. You know, mine did in the very beginning quite a bit, which I was so grateful for. But yeah, it would be great if that was a thing, right? Kathy said to Jude, mine can't go anywhere. She's in congestive heart failure and her heart rate goes too high. She has to be here. No vets. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay. So the briefcase is the harness with the handle. Okay, hon, gotcha. Mine was too big. So if you're looking at size-wise, I think the smaller and more fitted they are is going to be the better choice. Jude said, I'm in the same situation. I'm now on a cane while I recover from cancer, and I worry about us both falling. Yeah. Falling when you get older is a thing. Do you know that like 25% of people, older people that fall and break a hip don't live a year? They don't survive a year after that? I had no idea. Maniacal said, no, my boy is paralyzed in the back half, but it's starting to look like he wants to try to walk. Oh, wow. Wouldn't that be something if you could figure out a way to get that done? Dragonfly said, Maniacal, dang it, there are a few of us with old pets. Yeah. Jude said, my vet made one home visit when I'd asked for home euthanasia. He said she wasn't ready and can't get in my truck anymore. Oh, my goodness. Jeannie said, have you seen those dogs that have wheels at the back? How do they do that? I know, right? The like, what do you even call those? Like little chariots or something, right? There was a pug that when Sasha and I would go to our park every day, there was a lady that had a baby stroller with two pugs in it. And then a pug that was like in a chariot because she couldn't use her back legs and she was walking beside her. So there's these three sort of pugs that all needed different types of help. It was the most darling thing. And they were all little like pugs are supposed to be, not 70-pound pugs. Maniacal said, my boy is only 9, but this condition is common for the breed. Did you say what it was called, hon? And she said, Maniacal also said, my boy has wheels. So do you have the chariot wheels? We should put pictures. You guys should post pictures on your community pages about these. And then in one of the lives we can spend going through everybody's, what they're doing. Black Dragonfly said, Moxie, there is a pet euthanasia service in our area. They come to your home and help with the process. Yeah, I cannot absolutely not think about that. I just can't go there. And when I accidentally go there, I just tell Sasha that Mama has an owie. And she knows what an owie is. And so I'm hoping she just, believes me. Oh, yes. Okay, so Monaco said, yes, we call it his wheelchair. You know who else had a dog that was crippled is, and we don't see her much anymore, or at all really anymore, it was another Sarah. It was Sarah with an H who lived in the UK, I think. And when I was first going through this with Sasha, she was trying to give suggestions because she was dealing with a dog and how they go to the bathroom, if they can't walk and, when they're in the dragging their legs behind them stage. And Sasha did get beyond that, thank God. It would have it would have destroyed her if she couldn't have used her back legs at all. I just know it. She believes she is a big, strong dog. And she is. All right, I'm going to play a break. I got to get Sasha's medicine and stuff. I hate to just leave you guys hanging. So I think I'm going to see if I can play one of my playlists. Let me check it out. I don't want to show you anything inappropriate. Let's see. I just got to take a couple like music things out of here, and then I'll just play this for you. Oh, I have another video I wanted to show you that was called I Tried to Survive on Minimum Wage for 30 Days. It's kind of misleading. I don't want to tell you about it yet, but we will watch this one at some point. So many things to do. But for now, I will remove him from this one. Oh, and then there's another one called The Satisfying Downfall of the Psychic Twins. I can't wait to see that. That sounds like an influencer situation. Okay, so this is basically cute things and interesting things that I've found that I was going to look at sharing with you guys at one point in time, and just cute clips and stuff. So I'm just going to let these play while I get Sasha's medicine and give it to her. So it's going to be maybe 5 minutes, I would say, tops. I don't know if this goes 5 minutes, but it'll give you a little something if you need something to look at while there's nobody behind the scenes here. Okay. And then we will go over the story about the lady missing for 20 years, because you're going to go, what? No cheating. No looking while I'm gone. Let's see. Somebody shall remove that one. Whoops. Whoa. Some of these are super short. So like this first one is about a butterfly. It said, "This is incredible. My mother passed away 9 years ago, and she mentioned she'd be a yellow butterfly one day. For 9 years, I have been mesmerized every time I see one, but I have never been close enough to touch one. Today, this happened, and a butterfly literally landed on his shoulder." I love that kind of stuff. All right, so we are going to play these. Make sure you guys can see it. Okay. All right, guys, I'll be back shortly as soon as I'm done with her medicine.
Thank you for riding with my mountain mugs. Would you guys like a complimentary cuddly crisp with your bus ride? Up front here, we have Big Louie.
Oh, the doggy fell.
We have the 3 bear dog siblings, Guinness, Gandalf, Echo, there's Carl, Louie, little toothless. We have some beef liver, nice and soft. Dynamic duo here, Jake. And Amaru. That's Telly back there being very impatient. Shh. Sit. Good boy. Wesson. Bentley. Jameson. Gentle. Lila. Tater. Whiskey. Back up, bud. Back up. Back. Mika. I do make the most impatient dogs go last. It's good for their impulse control. Got calm by the time I got back here. Good boy, Telly. He's the youngest dog in this group. Can you just open for another one over here? Please stay in your seats until we get to your house. Paws to yourself. Tails out of the aisle, Jake. All right, Echo, Louie, and Carl, you are sitting in the emergency exit. Are you willing and capable of offloading the pups in a remote chance of an emergency? Thank you for your service.
And in the gleam in my eye, I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't.
Meet Hudson and Hicks. They're German Shepherd, Bernese Mountain Dog, and Rough Collie mixes, which basically means they're destined to be enormous, majestic beasts. Right now, though, they're just dumb and dumber. Puppy, come here. Food, treat. Somebody pooped in there? Hudson is the one with a hint of dignity. Hicks is chaos in a fur coat. Together, they're clumsy, noisy, loud, and hilarious. Basically the perfect clients. Hey, stop your fighting. Stop your fighting. Hey, Hudson. You have to stay. First up is Hudson. I lather him up with Pure Fur Hypoallergenic Shampoo, my personal line. It's scent-free, puppy-safe, kitten-safe, drama-safe, basically safe for anyone who might scream during a bath. Good boy. Okay, good boy. Okay, so far so good. Hudson actually handles the bath like a champ, until he discovers my mic, which of course must be eaten immediately. Good boy, Hudson. Oh, please don't eat my mic. I'm going to down. Okay, let's do your face first. All the while, his brother reenacts WrestleMania with a towel. Excuse me. Excuse me. Absorbers. They double as a towel and a chew toy. You were a very good puppy. I wonder if your brother is going to be as good as you. Stand up. Hey, don't eat my mic. You're loud. Hello. I'm going to give you another treat because you were a good boy. You're a crazy puppy. You're crazy. Hopefully it gets wiped out before the bath from all of its craziness. I don't know if he likes the happy hoodie. Stay there. Stay there. I need some of this. Some of that. Okay. Then comes the dryer. And that's when Hudson files an official complaint with the Union of Moist Dogs. I can't tell if he wants to get his brother or if he doesn't like the dryer. Okay. Okay, Pup. It's okay. No, don't cry. I don't think he likes the happy hoodie. Can I take this off? Would be better? He whines, he moans. He takes treats mid-protest. And then he climbs onto my shoulder. Okay. They're going to be so fluffy when they're adults. You're going to be really fluffy. Want a treat? No, treat, not toy. Treat. No bite. Do not bite it. Do not bite it. And let me clip your nails. Your nails are actually really short, though. They are quite short. You're not going to let me do this. Not everything is a toy. Oops. Ruff. Ruff. Did I get your attention? Hudson has serious FOMO. His brother is 10 feet away doing absolutely nothing, but Hudson acts like he's missing a trip to Disneyland. This one has fear of missing out because of the one on the ground. He's very upset about it. Don't worry, Hudson, I'm about to reunite you with your brother. Are we finished? Now I gotta get your brother. He and Hicks reunite in the waiting area and proceed to destroy everything in sight. You guys are gonna playtime, mayhem, a tail in someone's mouth. A squeaky toy is now dead. Basically, a regular Tuesday. Yeah, get good and tired before your bath. Oh, well, you hurt yourself because you're going crazy. He hurt himself. Now he's upset. Oh, right back in. You're mine. Okay, we're going to be good. Here, you want a treat before we start? Now it's Hicks' time to shine. And by shine, I mean bite everything. Hicks is feisty. He doesn't hate the bath, but he definitely doesn't respect it. Oh, good boy. Don't get your brother wet. He has a beautiful fluffy coat. Good boy. Hudson's over there eating fluff. While I'm scrubbing him, Hudson continues his floor-based demolition project. Nope, you can't have your brother. What is their obsession with going underneath the bathtub? What a good boy. Very good boy. Also, can we talk about how these two are going to be massive, fluffy, majestic, and likely to knock over furniture simply by existing? No eating my mic. No, you may not have the absorber pup. They're so hyper.
You go crazy man.
Now, some real talk. Getting 2 puppies at the same time, especially siblings, can increase the risk of littermate syndrome. This is when dogs bond more with each other than with their humans, and it can lead to behavioral and social issues. Even if they're not from the same litter, raising 2 puppies together takes extra training, separate socialization, and lots of patience. Basically, it's double the work and triple the chaos.
You're a big baby. You cannot eat the brush.
Hicks tries to eat the brush.
No. 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 No eating brush.
Then he tries to eat the nail clippers.
Let me see your paws. Oh, you're not easily distracted. You have to shave your paws. Good boy. Oh my God. Okay, safe to say you didn't like that. Help me out, cameraman. Make some noises. Bark like a dog. Keep going. Hey, Spray. You're all done. You guys want to go outside play? Yeah, we're going to go outside and play. They are crazies.
Once they are all finished, I take both of them outside so they can burn off some zoomies. They immediately start roughhousing, then one of them poops. The other one steps in it. They try to chew my water hose like it owes them money. Pretty sure they think it's a snake sent from the underworld. If you enjoyed these 2 fuzzy wrecking balls, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Every click helps to support more grooming, more chaos, and more moments where I seriously consider switching careers. Thank you for watching, and may your mic stay uneaten.
All right, it's that time again. For anyone who watches Shenanigators, this is the fabled package that Zombie has sent me, and so it's about medium size, I'd say. Kind of lightweight, so we're gonna find out what she sent, and we're gonna find out if this gets me banned off YouTube. So let's go. So I have no idea what she's sent at all. Alright. Come on. This tape's really good. Give her that. Trying to keep everything in camera view because I'm using my leg to hold up my tripod right now. Oh no. Ah. It's to me. I'm actually going to look at it off camera for a second. Just in case, because it's not that I don't trust Zombie, it's that I'm always paranoid. And also, shout out to Zombie's handwriting. It's actually pretty nice. My print's terrible. Oh, shit. Meanwhile, I'm about to, yeet everything. Oh, God, did I tear the card? I really hope I didn't. It's a Zombie making everything goddamn difficult for me. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm gonna read this one. I'm gonna cover Zombie's name. It says, saw this at the thrift store and thought of you. Tag says it's a Nelly doll, but I'll leave it up to you to name her. Not very good with dog hair, but I did my best to clean her up, so... What does that say? Oh, of white sage. Thank you for cleansing her. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, got a cute little hat. Sun hat. That over here. Oh, wow. For shipping a doll, this is actually pretty nice. Oh, wow. I can gently get her out. Oh, she's actually got some weight to her. Hold up. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. See if I can get Nellie out of here. Which actually, I might keep that name since it's the name she's come with. Came with, I should say. Emerald Doll Collection. Huh. Oh, dang, she needs like a chair or something now that I think about it. Yeah, she's gorgeous. Alright, we'll put Nellie here for a second. Let's see if there's anything else in here before I chunk it. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's a Emerald Collection. I'm gonna have to look that up. Huh. Yeah, my guesstimate, this is definitely either from the 80s or 90s. Yeah, beautiful though. And Zombie, yeah, you did do a good job cleaning her up. She's pretty much spotless. Wow, thank you, Zombie. I had not to find a place for her amongst the other childers, which now she is number 36. So, everybody say hi to Nellie.
他怎么站起来了？
Okay, we've had boy math and girl math. Now we have dog math. Okay, to start, when there's 15 balls out, but one goes under the couch, I now have 0 balls. When you leave for 3 hours, it's 3 hours. When you leave for 3 minutes, it is also 3 hours. Dinner's always at 5 o'clock. When it's at 5:03, you're 2 hours late. When it's at 4, you're also 2 hours late. When mom is gone, but dad is home, we are in fact home alone. When pets are stopped after an hour, it equals 0 pets, and now you practically hate me. When we get 2 of the exact same toy, we only got 1. When one dog walks in front of the house, it equals to 40 dragons that are trying to attack us. If the doorbell rings, that means the house is on fire. I will wake you up when I need to potty at 4 a.m., but I can hold it for 24 hours when it rains.
Is it steep?
Yeah. So this is a chute or a couloir we're gonna hit. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
The objective of this is not to rip down it. You pick your way down using that pivot turn I've been telling you about. First thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna go in heel and then stop. Okay. I will be down below you in case you slip. Okay. Are you feeling strong?
Yeah.
You can totally do this. Any final words before you drop tunnel vision?
I got this.
We'll communicate, and I would just come down like this. And then you could stop right here, okay?
Yeah.
Yep. Nice. Very good. Now this is a great place if you feel comfortable to try a pivot turn. If you're gonna try a turn, this is how to do it. Do you have good vision of me?
Yeah.
It's gotta be a full commit and you're almost jumping into it, and you've gotta start leaning uphill immediately. And then you're gonna kind of jump almost and just stay on your toe.
Yeah.
Whether you jump or you pivot, get on that toe and you can put your hand into the mountain.
This is a huge mountain.
It is. Do you not feel comfortable?
I do. Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything happens slow. You just come down, jump, pivot, lean into the mountain, dig your toes in. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice commitment. Do you have lots of purchase on that toe edge? Lots of grip? Nice. Pound it. That is the scariest turn you've ever taken in your life. Okay? Now are you going to feel comfortable doing it back on your heel? You go and then, and this is a nice shelf to slide to right here. It's got to be a nice big jump, and you slam your heels in and stop your momentum. Nice.
Yeah.
But you want to try to stand up if possible, or just to get a little more edge in there, because if you're on your butt, your board doesn't have enough weight and you just keep sliding, right? That was intense, huh? That was scary. Okay, take it slow and be really strong.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Good for bailing. Good job. You okay?
Yeah.
Should we go over here and see if we can get like a little pow turn or something?
Yeah.
We'll see if we get any snow over here. Nope, just bumps. Oh, a little pow pow. Oh yeah, let's keep going and see if we can get some pow. Oh, now I think we might get one pow turn. Dude, whoo, that was scary. Pound it, girl. You earned this. That was amazing. There's the couloir you dropped.
Is that crazy? Did you guys see the size of that little girl? Holy schmoly. Wow. I think she was like all of 7 or something. Yikes. Okay, the bad news is I'm gonna have to cut this short. Oh, Robin's gonna give us all friendship bracelets. I gotta call the vet. Sasha is being very weird. She is okay. So she's doing what she calls walking, right? And then she's like stopping and staring straight ahead and not, I mean, like literally frozen. And then we'll sort of shake her head and then walk a few more steps and stop. And at first I thought it was her ears, you know, like maybe something's in her ears, but it's not. I've never seen her do this before. Right, Jude? I could never do what those kids did. Did you see her confidence? Can you imagine what that girl is going to do when she grows up? That's what I thought when I saw that. I mean, the way the angle, I think it was like a fisheye lens or something. It made it look like she was about ready to fall up a cliff. But wow, yeah, I was very impressed with that. Yeah, Robin, thank you. Prayers for Sasha. So I'm going to call the vet. And it may be nothing, but they're open until 8. And so I can bring her in. And I just think I want to get it checked because I've never seen her do this before. Nothing even close. If it's her ears, she's like sitting and walking and rolling and doing all kinds of things and shaking her head at the same time, but never just freezing. And it's very bizarre. How old is Muttley? Muttley is just turned 6. Isn't that crazy? I can't even believe that. 6. Like my first dog ever, and she's now 6. John, did you decide if you're ever going to get a dog? I know you were thinking about it at one time. I'd love, 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 love for you to get one. All right, so I'm going to cut this kind of a weird way. We usually don't just like, bye, but I got to do that. And I'll keep you posted. I'll put an update in the community post. And what I'll probably do is end up going live tomorrow and, you know, spend another several hours with you guys tomorrow, unless it's something really super serious. Peekaboo Street. Yes, Jude. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Jude. Says, so sad, Moxie. Take good care of her, as I know you always do. Yeah. Thank you, hon. I appreciate you guys. I love you. And I will see you as soon as possible. Have a great and fabulous day. And I'll update you on the community page.